Hey, it's me, Puppet DM, and I'm here to tell you all about the sponsors we have here at the Wandering Society. We're sponsored here by Mage and Press, makers of a bunch of 5th edition supplements, like the Book of Kobolds or their series of new classes. And don't forget, Arcmada, the amazing sci-fi fantasy campaign setting for the world's greatest role-playing game. Be sure to check them out at store.mageandpress.com. Up next, we have Roll20. It's the platform we use here at the Wandering Society to play all of our games. It's easy to use, intuitive, and it now comes with dark mode. Be sure to check them out at roll20.net. We're also sponsored by Artelsorian Games. Artelsorian Games make great RPGs, and they've been doing so since the early 90s. Check their books. They've got Cyberpunk Red, which Simon tells me has been played here extensively, Castle Falkenstein, which also has been played here, and The Witcher, which has also been. Okay, we get it! Check them out at your FLGS or online at rtelsoriangames.com. Have you ever wanted to wake up and smell the coffee? Well, now you can with this next sponsor, Found Familiar. Get yourself some damn good coffee at foundfamiliar.com and use the code on the screen to get 15% off. What do you mean I can't drink coffee? What the fuck is felt? And we couldn't end this segment without talking about our good friends at Die Hard Dice. That's right. As a Dice affiliate, we are proud to partner with Die Hard Dice to bring you only the best in shiny click-clacks. Click-clacks? What is... Ow. You can check their ever-growing collection over at dieharddice.com and use the link below to get 15% off. You're putting this all on me? I better get a cut. Of course. There has to be a problem. Hello everyone. Give me just 2 seconds. 2 seconds, I don't know why this is there. A good evening. Let's talk about prestations. Being immortal creatures, the kindred have very little need for material wealth. Holdings will crumble into dust, currency will lose its value and be abandoned, even artwork will fade and disappear, or worse, be destroyed in time. Thus, the damned needed to devise, rather early on, a system that would withstand the test of time. Some form of barter, untethered to the whims of mortals and the ravages of time. Modern vampires, at least those cunning enough, have made their fortunes already, be it in stocks, bonds, hedge funds, or even passing fads like cryptocurrency. The immortal kindred have found ways to keep themselves afloat. Yet, all of that is worth nothing among themselves. In the back rooms of the Camarilla, the bars of the Anarchs, the churchyards of the Sabbat, wealth is measured in who owes what to whom. This is what we know as prestations, a trading of boons and favors, oftentimes recorded by a witness and represented by specifically minted coins. Prestations are the petty cash and the vast fortunes of the dead. But what happens when favors promised centuries ago are cashed in at the worst moment? What is the worth of a kindred who balks at paying once their turn comes? Tonight, we will bear witness to the fallout of such a system. When one favor begets another, and so. I am Simon, at Wondering DM, and I will be your storyteller for tonight. Now, let's move on with our story, shall we? And here we are, with, again, an overlay issue. There we go. Now it's fixed. You saw me play around with the overlay for absolutely no reason before, because everything was in their right place. Hi. This is our last episode of the season. Interlude number 3. Flori. Takes place after season 1. Roughly at the same time as Arthur's intro, and the same time as the very last scene in Lucky's intro. Well, interlude. We have a mystery guest, but I do not want to introduce them just yet, because I want to surprise our player tonight. Deirdre, tell us who you are playing for those of us joining us for the first time.
Oh, I will happily do so. Hey, everybody. You know me. I'm at Deirdre Nunlin on Twitter, or Praxagora Thesmia Flori, as you see me around here on Twitch. And I get to play Florica Flori Winters, our wonderful Ravnos hired murder assassin. She's an art repatriationist, an art historian, Clan Ravnos, and has done absolutely nothing wrong in this campaign at all. She's just fixed other people's problems.
Interesting. There is a common thread. Yeah, it's become a habit.
I fix other people's problems, and usually they pay me for it, and sometimes they don't. But that means that other things happen. But yes, and she is very chill about things.
Tonight, you were called in Caleb's office. He actually reached out to you. Said over the phone that he had work for you. That you are working for hire, correct?
Yes, if the money's right.
There is money to be made. And let me just put the volume down on my giant jukebox. That's me. Never mind, everyone. Wow, what is happening tonight? If you would be so kind as to come to my office. He gives you a date. Like, you've got, like, a night to prep. I would like to know a private one-on-one business meeting with Caleb. How are you dressed? How do you get there? Knowing that it is That is true. I think you never been to his office before.
Nope, never been. But
So
I'm assuming he's going to give me directions.
yeah, it's in a it's in between actually two subway stations. It's part of the underground city that we have in Montreal. So it's not like some sort of like filthy tunnel or whatever. It's
but those
just
are so cool.
Huh?
But those are so much fun.
Yes. But he being a Parisi, probably got fed up of living in catacombs. So it's the back store of a permanently closed store.
She will be dressed.
There will be kind around, of course.
Yeah. Question: between what are the two subway stops on either end? Where are they, like, in the general relation to the city? Are they like city center? Or are they business districts? Are they, closer to the universities?
Yeah, it's at the exact edge of city center and business.
Okay, then she would be wearing one of her outfits that kind of makes her look like she was at business. Again, she has an aesthetic and she sticks to it. So it's, black business slacks, probably because it's still summer, like low dressy tennis shoes that you kind of are getting is like the beginning of the fashion point at this moment. Michael Kors. It has slightly thicker soles, but they're just fashionable enough. But it's, dress slacks, a business cut blouse, again, all in black. She is gonna put like a little bit of effort into her makeup, but just that level of effort into her makeup that it looks like businesswoman day wear, business associate day wear. And she again has her red headband that's embroidered with the blue and silver stone, and that the only point of color that she's wearing, except for she is carrying a bright red handbag that's slightly oversized.
I thought you were going to say handgun.
No, the handgun's in the handbag.
Yes. Sorry.
I wouldn't just carry the handgun.
I might have watched the entirety of Edge Runners Friday, so
no.
People carrying weapons around suddenly normal.
Game.
Yeah.
That is a different game, which we have played, and no, she's carrying a slightly larger, oversized black or red handbag. Again, probably Michael Kors, and it looks just big enough that it carries it's big enough that it's not quite the size to double as like a briefcase where a laptop would fit, but big enough like you would have a tablet and maybe a notebook and stuff that looks like it doubles for what she would carry, like if she was actually a businesswoman, what she would actually carry. And she would park the RV at the other end of the business, at the like 2 stops down at the other end of the business district. So she would come in and go through the business district and come out to that far side, if that makes sense.
Okay. Yeah, you wouldn't cross it with the RV, basically.
No. But she'd do it on the subway.
Mm-hmm.
And so it looks intentionally like she's been on the, it's one of those, she got on the subway and she's going home from work, but nobody can necessarily know where she worked in the city.
I've driven past this area, Saturday. So I found actual good parking spot. I kept a lookout for, like, where could you park a giant RV? There are places.
It's not a giant RV. That's the thing. It is just a respectable size. It's basically anywhere you can park a city bus.
There's a bathtub and a car inside of it.
Yes. There's also no seating, and it's a double-decker. It's fine. It's the same size as a city bus. You can move on. Like, those hinged city buses are longer.
True. So you take the subway.
Mm-hmm.
Back to basically backtracking.
One thing she would do before she even started, she would pull up a map of the subway and try and see if she can pull up any of the CCTV points along the platform or on these open, like underground spaces.
So, oddly enough, the place you're going to go to doesn't have any cameras.
Oh, Caleb already did that.
No,
almost is happy.
IRL. There were no cameras in that tunnel.
On one hand, she's happy. On the other hand, she questions everything.
I had to walk that tunnel quite often at night. And let me tell you, it smells awful. Because everyone can do anything and not be caught.
A subway tunnel. The question is, are the rats big enough to take out small dogs?
We don't have that.
Yes, you do. You just
not in that tunnel. But yes, it's actually I'm mixing two tunnels together for the purposes of the game, but IRL that tunnel does exist, and it's it's all bricks.
Mm-hmm.
It reminiscent of an old train station almost.
Yep.
And
so she's
You were
You're
going
not
to
wrong,
say,
Scott.
Uh-huh.
You're not wrong, Scott. The ROUSs are.
But yes, you were going to say something.
So she's gonna walk and act like she is just coming from the business center.
Okay.
And
Basically, walking quickly with purpose, and as you enter this tunnel, you basically see it's about halfway through. There's this it's just like a plastic curtain that's been taped, but you can clearly see that someone cut through, and then someone else put another layer of plastic curtain, and that was also cut through. They did that about 5 times before the city got fed up, and they just left it as is.
Okay. So
and that would be the entrance, yeah.
Okay. So she's gonna clock it as she approaches to definitely do one of those slide through it and not draw attention from any other, like, pedestrians.
Can you make just a brief stealth check? We'll say difficulty 1.
Does my specialty in breaking and entering count?
I mean, it's already broken. But, I mean, I would say yes, because it's mostly about, you not getting caught doing that.
Mm-hmm.
By witnesses.
That's 3 successes.
Yeah, that's fine. You just wait for the perfect moment when someone basically has just passed, like, the end of the tunnel. You hear footsteps coming from the other end, but no one has rounded the corner yet.
Mm-hmm.
It gives you about, like, maybe like a second and a half to slip through.
Yeah.
And inside is just it used to be a small store, maybe something like 15 feet by 15 feet. There's no furniture left. There's a giant concrete column that was sort of half into the wall, half out of the wall, that occupies most of the space. It's pretty much the only thing that occupies space. Otherwise, it's graffitied to all hell. There are, like, broken bottles, broken syringes, trash, human waste. Though you get the feeling that it's not. It's put there on purpose to try to, like, make people steer clear of here, and not like there's an actual person so there's probably someone who's paid by Caleb to just pee on the walls from time to time.
She's seen worse means of security from various kindred.
And you notice that there is no back door to that store. He said that's where you should meet him. And yet, at first glance, nothing. They didn't even have bathrooms inside. carefully looking at that column, you notice that it can be pulled, revealing a tight but not uncomfortably so entrance to a wider brick room. Spacious carpets, leatherback chairs. There is no music playing, though you see an old phonogram. Is that the word for it?
Gramophone.
Gramophone. Yeah, an old gramophone. And pacing in his office, the pale, almost translucent Nosferatu just claps his hand as you approach. Flori, come in. Come in.
All right. So,
I would offer you a drink, but I am afraid that my drink was delayed.
the alcohol or the blood?
Blood, of course. I don't do alcohol. Not since... How do the youngs put it? Not since my party years.
It's a very useful way of dissuading others. Also, it's a really great weapon.
Yes, but I am not one to resort to violence if I can.
Also true. And without waiting to be asked or anything, she just sits and lounges out in one of these leather wingback chairs, and crosses her legs at the knee, is like, all right, so.
You can see in his eyes that he appreciates you, you already know the steps to that dance.
Yeah.
He says, yes, I'm not one for violence, but that is where you come in, my dear. Someone, let's say a acquaintance of mine, has called in a rather oddly timed favor that I cannot fulfill by myself. But I know that it falls exactly into your skill set.
Okay. Who? How much? And am I planning to also take out the person who offered you this deal?
Oh, no. You will take out someone, I believe, but some of the details are best left to her messenger. Well, messenger. To put it bluntly, the person to whom the boon is actually going to benefit.
Okay. So this is you outsourcing.
Yes, he should be there any second now. Sorry, it's hard to make everything, coordinate everything. But you hear footsteps coming through the store. And you see, well, what does she see?
Hello.
Good evening.
So, who is the individual that enters Caleb's office?
The individual you see before you is a very tall, somewhat, almost, I guess, Scandinavian-based ethnicity. So he's very tall, very, very strikingly handsome, very affluent, and very well dressed.
Mr. Erickson, I trust the trip was not too eventful.
Thankfully, no. Appreciate you getting this together in such short notice, Caleb.
well, getting things together in short notice is one of my specialties. But really, most of the work will be done by Miss Flori here. Any motions to the Ravnos, who was described earlier, lounging in a leatherback chair.
Good evening. Your reputation seems to precede you.
It should. I'm very good at my job and my work.
That's why I'm very glad to hear that you were put onto this.
I know time goes by very quickly and nights are rather short in the summer. So if you do not have any other questions for me, Miss Flori, I will let Mr. Erickson fill you in. And when you come back, we can arrange payment.
And she kind of like turns and looks at him and goes, doesn't say anything, but raises an eyebrow at him like, you're not going to negotiate money. All right, good to know.
He looks loaded. Oh,
look, A-rated is. Was considering a friends and family discount. Not anymore.
Alex, do you have access to the Roll20 still?
I do.
Because I may not. Okay.
Yep. Remember we had to.
Yeah, we had to do the thing. Because I actually, so while I fix this, Deirdre, do you want to explain? No, I think. Well. Okay.
I get to. Yeah.
Go.
Am I explaining my connection?
Why do you think Alex is your, yeah.
Why do I think?
Well,
oh,
Scott is.
Scott? Hi, Scott. It's so nice to see you. I miss you. Hi.
Hi.
For those of you who don't know, you need to go check out on Simon's YouTube the New York by Night that I ran, Nightfall that I ran, where Scott was one of my wonderful players, wonderful, fabulous person. Scott is amazing. Hope is correct. And I just have to ask that now this means that the Vamp Dads are now canon.
But they were. In Vampire the Masquerade, they are.
Yes, they are. They are indeed.
But now I wanted to go full meta. And here you have one of your players.
I appreciate this.
We're just...
I do believe Scott and I have not played together since 2018.
It's been a while.
28 on the same side of, let me rephrase that, on the same side of the DM screen since 2018.
Yes, wow. I think it might even be before that. Been a while.
Yeah, it's the one shot on Scott's channel.
You should have access to Roll20 now, Scott. And I will give you back, I will relinquish control of your character back to you.
Excellent.
There we go. So that's the reason why I kept it secret.
I appreciate that.
So, Caleb will let you leave his office, and Alexander can fill Flori in. You have a, basically, depending on how fast the driver drives, I don't know if it's Alex, if it's a servant, or if it's Flori who drives. But you have 180 miles to go. Normally, it would take about 2.5 hours to 3 hours.
Oh, so we're going out of town.
I hope you don't mind a trip to Quebec City.
I'm driving. You smell like sedan.
I haven't driven in a sedan in quite some time. Is there a preference to what you'd like to drive, Miss Winters?
She'll smile and have him follow her out to where she parked the RV. It's like, and she clicks a button and you see this beautiful full length, like motor coach home that looks like a band vehicle, all blacked out windows, clicks a button. The side panel lifts up and a little platform slides out, and a 63 Stingray slides in. Is there? It's like, we'll take my car.
Subtlety was never part of the deal, but I like it.
Deals are important. All right. And she gets in. She's like, all right, come. I hope you appreciate music. And she will start playing Frank. Fly Me to the Moon. Is what starts. And as she pulls out, there's this moment of where she's quasi-sedate until she hits the not the interstate, what is it called?
Well, it's a highway.
The highway. So the highway, and then she's not sedated at all. It's a 63 Stingray. You should be. All right. So who am I killing? How quickly do they need to die? And is there any concern about collateral damage?
Well, discretion is a must, but if you must know, we're looking for, well, she's known as Marie-Helene Dutoit.
Does that ring any bells?
How often have you been to Montreal before the game started?
I mean, there was that trip that I did for
Yuma. Make a. We could. There could be a check for that. Ooh. I think that could be a memento moment. Let's see. Can we? A memoriam, not a memento. A memoriam. It would just be the skill though. We don't need to. It's a rouse. Oh, it's a rouse check. Yeah, you can make a rouse check.
A rouse check to.
So, to reawaken mundane memories that your vampire brain would have,
yes,
washed away, just so to make room for other stuff, for more important stuff.
Yeah, there are other more important people I have to worry about killing, and I wasn't been north of this side of the border for a while, so. Nope. And new hunger. It's fine.
Yeah, reduce it back to 1.
Okay.
Because we were not doing like the full memoriam, so.
Yeah.
It's a name.
Okay.
I mean, it's a French-Canadian name. But you recall there were a bunch of French-Canadians with the what around Yuma, let's say, because they weren't Anarch back then.
But it wasn't. Let me rephrase that. It wasn't the name that was unfortunately missed.
No.
Because she got 3 out of the 4.
Yeah, no.
Okay, so it wasn't that. All right, she goes, all right. Anything else? Biographical details? Kindred kind?
Well, Miss Dutoit is the proprietor of a circulatory system here in Quebec City.
All right.
Well, that's mine, we should say.
Oh, she stole your shit and you want it back?
So to speak, yes. Certain favors were promised, and then they were kind of reneged on. So basically, I have a window where Miss Dutoit needs to be removed.
Okay, so how removed am I putting her? Is it torpor or am I having dinner?
Well, I mean, I'll leave that up to you.
Oh, thank you. I do appreciate clients who understand these things.
As long as we have the understanding that this is a problem that goes away and stays gone.
I have a professional.
Then we have an understanding. Good. Now, are you going to open this thing up and get us to go back, or?
Oh, you're complaining about my driving. Don't side seat drive, child. And she shifts and opens it up. You're a Ventrue, aren't you?
I've been called worse things.
There's
But
just as she's opening it up, she turns literally to side look at you and goes, I'm sure you have. So murder, Quebec, care about collateral damage.
Collateral is not what we're looking for. I mean, if this can be done quietly, that would be best.
All right.
Did I give you the info about... Give me a sec. Yes, you would know something that I forgot to send you by Discord. No, I did send it to you.
You did send it to me.
Yes, the what's happening tonight and where. Okay, cool. Never mind. I just wanted to make sure.
Yes, I do have that.
Mm-hmm. All right. Why are you coming?
Well, I have to be present for other things. There's a birthday party for someone in question, so my presence has to be available.
How big and important is this person whose birthday this is?
Do I know that?
The person whose birthday it is, I guess yes, because it would be, especially for someone as connected with the upper echelon of society as Alexander. Tonight is a private birthday party thrown for Lady Eliza Torrington, Viscountess of Torrington, and she decided to choose quaint Quebec City. It's just her and her, close crowds of influential people.
Why are you going to a Kyne's birthday party?
Well, being a new transplant to Quebec City has its drawbacks.
Oh, you're going to be social. Oh, poor friend. I don't know what is worse, that you're sucking up to an English woman or that you're sucking up to an English influencer.
Well, appearances have to be made.
They really don't. You can just fake it.
Well, of course. Everything can be faked.
All right. Murder, dinner. Nah, I'm concerned about quiet and get you to this event on time. Cool. By the way, how the top speed on an unsouped spider is 150 miles an hour. She's not laying it that fast because you could overheat the engine, and she does take care of it, but she's definitely over 100. She's pushing between 100 and 120 miles an hour.
Yeah, I would say you probably do not want to go that fast on a Quebec road. It's not flat like an interstate.
Yeah, that's why you do that.
It's full of potholes.
Those are things you can avoid.
But yeah.
Or you use them for aerial.
120 miles an hour would basically... It would take you an hour and a half the time, literally, to get there.
I am kind to my car. I'm very kind to my car.
Speaking of... You would have met... No, you would have met Caleb a little bit after sunset.
Yeah, because she would have come as a business.
Yeah. And that would be
like 8 or 9 o'clock.
yeah, I wish they actually showed sunsets and not just day length. Oh, there we go. Sunset would be at roughly let's say 7:20 p.m. You would have met Caleb at 8. You'll get there for 9:30, which for a soiree is, almost like starting time.
Yeah, exactly. She's a little early. She's also not really dressed to be going to a soiree. She's dressed for other things.
You might have time to stop and grab something since you're, cutting travel time in half.
Yeah. Is there a Oh, wait,
also,
I know.
Just a message for Scott. You never were invited there. By the way.
Okay.
So, waltzing in the front door is probably not going to be possible.
It sounds like a challenge.
Yes.
I have a very important question that I'm going to answer this.
Uh-huh.
Okay. All right. Oh, yeah. Okay. There is a Valentino in Quebec. I did check. Quebec City. Which is actually one of the high-end malls. So she'll pull in and park the car briefly in the high-end mall, and because most malls don't close until like 9 o'clock, average between 8:30 and 9.
You would be there at 9:30.
9:30.
But Quebec City, depending on where you are, because it's still like the end of tourist season, you can expect stuff to stay open until 10.
Oh, okay. Well, then she'll find a Valentino or in the Ferragamo. It's like, all right. And she'll pull up as she starts walking. She'll like look at Alex. What is Alex wearing?
Oh, Alex is definitely dressed in the whole 3-piece suit.
And she'll pull up Lady Torrington on social media and be like, start flipping through the pictures of who she's around. Is she more business influencer or does she go straight fashion?
No, she's conservative in how she dresses.
Mm-hmm.
You don't see a lot of pictures of her. She's very guarded. So whenever you've seen her, it was like at events. So of course she would be, dressed. However, you see, you would see a picture, like basically a paparazzi photo almost of her entering the Chateau Frontenac tonight, and she's wearing from afar and the blurriness, a black and white wrap dress.
Okay.
Like nothing too fancy.
Right, so
she's not sporting extra like subtle jewelry.
Yep.
She's wearing subtle jewelry. Nothing.
She's going old money. She's going old money.
Extravagant. Yeah. Extravagant.
She's going old money. It's like, all right, well.
Trooper wants to know everything about your clothes.
What kind of suit?
Scott.
What's the cut? Are we going Italian or are we going English?
Italian. Always Italian.
All right. Well, we're going to lose the tie, open a couple buttons. I have to find a better dress. Valentino's. And so she'll be like, keep walking. But as she walks, she's going to take that moment to link arms with Alex. So, and she's short, right? Like she's like bare, 5'1", 5'2". Yeah, she is tiny. She is tiny.
How tall was Alex again?
6'3", I think.
Yeah, it's fine. it makes a statement as you walk there. So as she walks, but she moves very quickly. Like, you don't have to shorten your stride at all for her to keep up with you. It's not a problem. It's like, so I don't honestly care about why I'm killing someone, but I do have to wonder if you have to establish an alibi, and if or is this going to come back on me very quickly?
Well, if everything goes according to plan, none of this should fall back on you. But
I haven't heard a plan yet.
Well, you're the professional here.
Yes,
my plan is to get us inside, get us where you need to be. The rest is up to you.
Oh, okay. So just I make sure things don't go wrong. All right, then. I can make that work. Are you emotionally invested in this? Beyond, the honor bullshit.
The honor bullshit. No, this is purely business. I just want what's mine. What was promised to me, and what, me and my associate deserve.
Associate? Do I have to be concerned about the associate?
No. I mean, not unless you make him angry, then I'd be concerned, but...
Meanwhile, on a couch somewhere, there's just a gangrel snoring. Like, in his underwear, with, like, Netflix playing on the TV. Yeah.
Wow, he's upgraded to Netflix? Alex, you've done wonders.
I mean...
Oh, no, he didn't turn it on. It was left on. He's like a TV? What the fuck is that?
Wow. All right, so I don't have to be concerned about your associate. Interesting terminology.
You know you don't know.
No, but that's what she says. She
I know.
She's very intrigued about the terminology associate that you're concerned about.
Yeah, there's like a weight behind the word associate.
Yeah, very unspoken, heavy weight.
It's okay.
Without it, Alex would be 6'5".
Also probably true.
When you get to Valentino,
Mhm.
The staff is not too happy to see a couple striding in half an hour before closing time.
That's what awe is for.
Which...
The staff is very impressed.
Yeah, all is on, and...
I'm sorry, what?
Oh.
That's what awe is for.
Both of them. And if I remember correctly, awe doesn't have a rouse check,
nope.
right?
Awe does not have a rouse check.
It is free.
So, yeah, you come in and there was like a split second, almost like raising of the shoulders, preparing for a sigh, but then they look at you and like you've got all 4 staff members just pawing at you, going like, taking your measurement, trying to figure out what you want, and if there's anything that they can do for you, and if they need to stay open longer, it's okay. One of them even says, my baby boy can go another hour before feeding.
Oh, you should go home and see them. I'm sure they'll take care of it. We'll make sure that you're tipped on there as well.
Yeah, and I'll just find however many associates we have with us and say, look, give the lady whatever she needs. And if there's any problems, let me know.
I need a black dress, long, knee slit. I saw one on the spring catalog. It'll be perfect, darling. Also, I understand you appreciate, the look, but we are going out. You could be a little less business. And like turns one of them towards Alex and be like, we're going out to a very nice event and it needs to be a little bit nicer. Do you have that that single-breasted ooh, that black sheen that I saw in the catalog, that in the summer runway. I think it's that one.
Yeah, they
it's like-
happen to have it.
yeah. She's not necessarily being honest about having seen it in the summer things, but she's like, ooh, that jacket and that pocket square, and just like little pieces that will take what Alex is already wearing and like step it from business to evening wear versus what she's wearing, where she's like, no, she's wearing business. She needs to get her evening wear. So like long black dress, knee-length slit, Valentino, so it's going to be movable, breathy. Also because it's mostly effectively like a wrap dress, and there are lots of 50s styling into it. Lots of places you can hide little things in the fabric.
Do you ask them to sew anything in?
No, because if anything comes back, then they can find that would be witnesses for other reasons. She's got materials and ways to do that herself.
Okay.
On the walk. Also, it's just, tuck in here, tuck in there. Always works.
And now fitted. Actually, who pays for that? Because Alex, you and I are both aware of your situation.
Yes.
Before he can say anything, Flori is already as she's been talking to them and getting everything set up, she's already got the bill, and it's being billed to her account. But if
you have a receipt, Caleb will.
Yeah, basically.
Bring your receipts back to Caleb.
She's an independent contractor. Are you kidding? She keeps track of everything, and then it's part of her reimbursement.
I mean, given the current situation, we know Alex is...
Holy shit, I just saw the price of an actual Valentino dress.
Now you understand. Thank you very much.
I think Alex's resources are more than accommodating.
I'm sure. But she's not even asking about that. She's doing this in such a way because this is part of the job. She needs to make the payment so that she can get the bill, so that she can add that to her receipts at the end and add that onto, again, Caleb didn't negotiate anything about price, so now it's full A rate all the way. Oh, she also kept a mileage for the car. She's not screwing around.
You're gonna nickel and dime in.
God, yes.
So, leaving Valentino's, you make your way to the chateau, which is in the middle of the city, in the old city. I mean, you can take as much time as you want to get there, if there's anything that you want to prep or whatnot.
She would take the time to like pull into one of the nicer, because Valentino, I don't know where in geographic, I know where the chateau is, and I found where the Valentino is, so it's like a couple blocks away, or at least it was on this map. She'd find one of those 5-star hotels that are in that area, and walk in with like a small bag, and put a room on reserve at the hotel.
Yeah, oddly enough, as far as hotels are concerned, if you want 5 stars, it's pretty much the chateau.
Okay, then she'd want not the 5-star, but a high-end hotel.
But when you go downtown, there's definitely more expensive hotels.
Yeah, I know there's a Marriott Marquis downtown.
Yes, there's also the Ophelia.
Yeah, and the Ophelia, and she'd pick one of those high-end hotels because, again, she's currently wearing evening wear. You don't walk around the city in evening wear.
No.
But she pulls into one of the hotels. She's like, all right, this is what's going to happen. Smile, be charming. All right. And she walks, eyes on. She walks up to the desk. Is like, I need a suite. I'm so sorry. As you can see, minor fashion emergency. Have to fix some things. And
we have, let me see. And the clerk starts typing on their computer and they're like, suite, they are all taken right now. Maybe I can.
Are you sure?
Well, can you give me a persuasion roll for that?
Okay, and with awe activated.
Yes, I do believe that adds.
I add it's manipulation. I add presence to any skill roll involving persuasion.
So you add bonus dice equal to your presence level.
Yes, +1 for blood potency. Because I'm using the discipline.
Yes, because it's a roll for the discipline. Yes.
Okay, so persuasion.
And you can see that the reason why your awe is not necessarily working on it is probably because this employee and maybe every employee in that hotel, given the client, the guests at the party, pretty much everyone who's booking suites are the type of people that have a lot of sway.
Yeah. Persuasion.
Yeah, no, you're good. That's a lot of successes.
Yeah, 7 successes. And it's a crit. It's a crit.
Yeah, that's why it doubled them, I believe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep.
It's an actual crit.
Yes. But not a bestial. A messy crit.
No, not a messy crit, but an actual crit. So
no, with 7 successes, despite the threats of losing his job, despite all the memos from management, the hotel clerk will downgrade someone.
Oh, good.
Well, I guess the mayor can just go back to his wife tonight. And he, downgrades the mayor to a very nice room, just not a suite.
Flori takes a moment to, and view, does that lean over like she's looking at his name tag, like she hasn't already read it because, whatever. Oh, and she notes his name. And then she pulls out her phone. It's like, I remembered you. Thank you so much. I shall make sure that, we're in the Ophelia, which is, who owns the Ophelia?
I don't know. Let me check. Anyway, you can say the owner or the
Yeah, because they're all kind of.
Yeah, they I think they are independent. Yeah.
No, they're probably not.
Well, from what I can see here, yeah. Anyway.
No, Group Maester. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so they're their own. Okay, so so it's so she will mention the owner and and she will actually send an email on her business account because Florica Winters is an actual person and has actual identification, and she'll send an email to the owner as she's typing and walking up to the room that they've been given. It's complimenting this service that this peon gave her, and then she'll put the phone away and be like, all right, we got about an hour before we have to show up and look fashionable. Any concerns? Can you fight, or am I going to have to be concerned about you as an actual liability?
You don't need to be concerned about myself as a liability, but I can handle my own. I prefer not to resort to violence, but if I have to, we can.
If we're resorting to violence, there are too many things that have gone wrong. I just might shatter a few people's minds tonight, that's all.
Well, that's fine by me.
Okay, good. I'm glad we're on the same page. Hold on a second. And she, not caring, is just going to remove this dress and then take like, well, I mean, she probably didn't wear the dress out of the store, right? Like she probably has the dress in the bag. She's still dressed in business attire. And so she'll take the dress and she has a sewing thread and needle, and she's going to stitch in a couple of the things that she's going to carry on her, like her lock picks, a couple extra knives, and a needle or 3.
So the lock picks, a couple of knives, needles, basically not bringing any like firearms.
No, she's not going to bring any firearms. He said he doesn't want to mess. We're not bringing firearms.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, you can. How many points do you have in stealth?
Stealth. I have 3 points in stealth, plus I have a specialization in breaking and entering.
Yeah, I won't make you roll for like concealing properly your stuff. Mm-hmm. You know how to. Mm-hmm. You know how to do that. So yeah. It's and especially those items, they're small. Like unless someone was to pat you down, then it would be a whole other thing. But
that's why she picked Valentino, because it has enough metallic embellishments probably on this dress that if you pat me down, all you're going to feel is the gemstones that are along the collar. Hi, welcome to Valentino. And our she has watched Red, and she appreciates Helen Mirren's professionalism.
With that done, you make your way to the hotel. Well, you are driven to the hotel, or you drive yourself?
We get a car hired. We call down to the front desk and get a car hired. Right, Alex?
I have one arranged.
There we go. I'm not walking in a floor-length knee-slit skirt. Sorry. Plus the heels that go with it. I mean, I can. Flori probably has. That doesn't mean it's not something she wants to do.
When you get to the chateau, so they will drop you off at the outer walls. So the way for those of you who don't know the Chateau Frontenac, it's not really a fortified castle. It never really was. Let's say it's a big estate house. And the walls around it that were probably once, at one point, actual walls, they've been turned into just so many hotel rooms, just all along the border of the hill. And then, of course, if you have, the money for it, you actually get to have, you have a room inside the castle. But there's a parking lot that is like in the interior courtyard of the chateau, and the driver will basically drive through there. Mm-hmm. And drop you off like within the walls, near the main entrance to the castle itself. You've passed, like, going through. You haven't seen any like extra security. There is a part of one of the outer walls that you can see from here, from like the inside part, that's being like renovated. So there's like a cordoned off mini construction yard, if you will. Other than that, there are people coming and going. I mean, it's not just that birthday party happening. But the guy drops you off there. And I would like the two of you to give me, as you step out of the car, a single D10. And then a wits plus awareness check.
Okay, a single D10, then the wits plus awareness.
Yes.
If it needed to be a success, it's a success for me.
See if I can remember how to do this.
Yeah, you got it. Okay. And then both of you, your wits and awareness.
That's a combined roll, correct?
Yes.
Right.
So you can just click on the little plus next to.
You click
wit. the die, the word name.
You click wit. You click the word wits, or you click awareness, and then it'll ask you for the attribute, which is awareness, which is wits.
Wits. Gotcha.
4 successes. I'm working.
Mm-hmm.
And oops. No extra dice. What was the difficulty?
Put it difficulty 3. I forgot to say it, but it's difficulty 3. So if you wanted, Alex, you could spend a point of willpower to reroll all 3 of those dice. Actually, there's something missing on your sheet, though. Let me add that in. Everyone starts at hunger 1.
Yeah.
Why can't I? Oh, because I wrote it that I cannot edit your sheet. So you can check the first hunger box, because that should have given you an extra die. Huh. You can only get down to 0 hunger if you kill someone while drinking.
Right. Let me retry that then.
Nope.
Oh, because you... I don't know why it only rolled 2 dice then now and not earlier. But anyway, that is still a fail. You step out of the car, Alex, and your mind is very much sort of distracted by the events of tonight and everything. You're on a timer. Once the sun rises, there's a lot of opportunities for you that will disappear if this isn't done. Flori, she's working. And also 1 hunger, which was the D10 for. Your beast picks up on something. You come out, you just look at your surroundings, you see the construction site, you see the parking lot, the entrance, everything I described. But then you pick up on the air coppery smell of blood. And it's coming from the construction site, or at least that direction.
She's gonna turn like she's fixing the skirts as she gets out of the car, and visually examine from here, not getting physically closer.
Just
very important question. Yeah. Is it kind or kindred?
No, you smell kind blood, like blood with not a capital B.
Oh, well. She's going to examine it mostly to see if this is a possibility that EMS or the cops might show up, which would be a complication in her plan for murder, but she doesn't actually care that some poor schmuck is bleeding.
You don't see anyone in that direction that could be bleeding. But for you to pick up the smell, it's not just like someone with a wound, fatal or not. It would have to be a lot of someone's.
Shit.
Like, let's say more than 2, less than 8.
I mean, she does have experience in some very interesting places where there would be large numbers of bodies. Oh, darling, would you come with me first? I think I have a walk with me. I think there's a perfect view right here with a little picture. And she's going to link arms with Alex to lead him slightly towards this.
The moment you're halfway, let's say, between the car where you were dropped off and the construction site, Alex, you start picking up that smell too. Now it starts to get into your...
I take it you smell that?
That's why we're walking. I honestly don't care about shit humans that died. Unless I actually know them. But I don't know these people, so I probably don't give a shit. Too concerned about that number of bodies will probably attract attention from authorities, and I don't want to have to deal with that when I'm going to murder someone.
It would be less than ideal.
So, just we're taking a little photo, a little selfie, smile. Which is gonna look real awkward because she, even in heels.
Uh-huh.
I guess Alex could take the picture.
All right, but she's gonna like, oh no, and she's gonna when you give it back to her, she's gonna be like, oh no, we need to be, because she wants to use the camera.
Yeah, you're gonna use. Yeah, I get it. Since the two of you are doing it, and Alex doesn't have the best awareness, I'll say Alex is helping on that.
Yeah. Okay.
So make, in this case, resolve an awareness.
Okay.
But give yourself a bonus die for Alex, and it would be a difficulty 3 again.
Resolve, awareness and resolve, you said, plus a bonus die. Awareness.
Difficulty 3.
Resolve. 1, 3. 3 successes.
He
is taller than I am.
Easy to miss. Yes. Especially from this vantage point. It's like 4 fingers coming out of this like open container where there's drywalls, like pieces of drywall, pieces of like 2x4s, a couple of broken bricks. Like when they tore down part of the wall to fix whatever they had to fix, they shoved everything into a big dumpster. But it seems that people were also shoved into that dumpster.
Oh, now she's judging this because this is unprofessional. Like, you don't just dump bodies in a dumpster. That's just
sloppy.
It's sloppy.
Yeah, the fingers don't bleed.
Well, yeah.
Which means that the blood you smell probably has pooled in that dumpster.
The dumpster.
And you got 3 successes, right?
Yes.
So not only that, but you notice that there is something metallic, reflective, small object that is under the dumpster, but not like middle of the dumpster. Like it was put there on purpose. It's more like it seems that someone like kicked something and it slid under the dumpster.
Okay, now again, she's being a professional and wants to make sure that she doesn't have any issues. She doesn't actually care about these dead people. Oh, darling, I think I dropped an earring. Oh, is that it over there? She's going to point at whatever metallic thing is under the dumpster, like she dropped her earring, to get Alex to go get it, because there's no way she's been getting under a dumpster in this dress.
Thankfully, you won't have to get on your hands and knees to grab it. Yep. It's just a couple inches under. It's an open wallet with a badge inside. It's from a local security company. Probably the one that, works at or for the hotel. There's also, an ID card in there for a young gentleman, the name of Etienne. He doesn't, he's blonde, but he doesn't look like Alexander. But you can see some resemblance. It's almost like a younger, plumpier you. And she's got $20 in cash in there. And then, there's a driver's license, the Medicare card, blah, 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 blah. But definitely, judging by the ID card and the badge, guy was basically the night shift lead for security.
Well, this is upsetting.
Someone else is beating us to the punch, I guess.
Well, somebody else is here, and they've already messed with the security. That's going to be complicated.
And Alex will dust off that wallet and stow it
Cool.
inside of his jacket.
and Flori will take it as that second and just put her earring back on. Well then, I think we should go make an appearance and a presence known. And then if absolutely necessary, we inform people that we picked up a wallet, we found it on the floor, we don't know what happened.
If you want to ask.
No, I figure we'll do that at the end after we murder them, so that way everybody knows to look at the people who are impersonating the false security. And it won't be us.
Sounds like a good plan.
All right. How was your dancing?
A bit rusty, but
You're one of those business venture, aren't you?
sadly, that's all I have time for anymore.
You need to learn to live a little. Have fun. Go out.
You're not the first person to tell me this.
So why aren't you listening to your associate when they say that?
How do you make the air quotes?
Oh, yes, she does. Yes, she does.
And you just get the puzzled look, like, because everyone makes that assumption, so. And it's not my associate that tells me that.
Oh.
Oh, it's others in the coterie. It's fine.
Oh, you're feeling very put on your age, aren't you, darling? It's fine. I know a bunch of people who can get you a little more fun, and then you can be shocked with all of your culture. It'll be fun.
I might take you up on that.
Good. I know a great place for hookah. Come on. Scott, I'm going to apologize in advance. Because I think one thing that I don't know if Simon warned you of. At the end of last season, technically Flori had a messy critical, and which activated her clan Bane.
Bane or compulsion?
Compulsion. The compulsion.
Because it's the risk taking.
Yeah, it's the risk taking. It's the risk taking. So, hi. By the way, you're hanging out with a Rasnos who is enjoying life. I feel like I should warn you.
I mean, at least one of us has to, right?
That's true. Compulsion. Sorry, not the Bane. The Bane would really suck. Flori wouldn't be here if the Bane was activated.
So when you come in this hotel, like all hotel, it's got a lobby, it's got like a public common bar, blah blah blah, and then you see the signs for different events, and of course one of them is written in big cursive white letter on black, private, but and it just says birthday, but it's the only one where things are a little sus. The others are like this and that companies quarterly whatever. The room that you enter once you get there is, I should say, not just a room, it seems like it's a wing. If you look in your handouts on Roll20, I have a picture of, unfortunately there's a banquet table in the room in the picture I have, but it's the only one I could get. But you can see the, kind of, was it like 17th century wood paneling on the bottom half of the floors? Wide columns, everything is, dark brown and cream, chandeliers all over the place. The room itself has a separate, a smaller room. You notice the two double doors are wide open. There's people in both places, though there seems to be a person kind of standing guard where those doors are. They're not leaning against the wall. They're not resting. They're not talking to anyone. They're not also, full, wow, arms crossed or resting bitch face or anything. It is an older gentleman. By older, I mean he's probably middle age. That's it. Like if they are a bouncer, okay, maybe they've done that for a while. He is not wearing a security uniform. And from the room, there is a separate exit that leads to a, let's call it, private elevator shaft. All over, you see people dressed in formal wear, in evening dresses, gowns. Though you notice there are clearly two types of people. There's those, rich CEO type politicians, many that you would have seen on TV or in the news or in newspapers or whatever. Not a whole lot of old money from the looks of it. You haven't seen Lady Torrington anywhere. But you also notice there is a disproportionate amount of young women being dressed almost provocatively.
Oh.
Plunging V-lines. Those dresses that I cut at the top of the leg. There's even one who, without the hair, wears kind of the same gown as Elvira.
But she's not Elvira, so it doesn't work for her in any way, shape, or form.
No, and of course the sleeves are tighter than the costume, but it feels like she is. If you had to put a social status on anyone, that person either is below everyone and below even everyone here, or is high above and just doesn't flash it. The others, of course, Alex, you would see Mr. Mayor is here. There's a few politicians of diametrically opposed parties, both nationally and provincially, that are there just shaking hands, making jokes, having fun. As you look around, just by the time you just enter and take in this scene, you see there's already one maybe 70-year-old man moving to the elevator with a giggling woman hung by his arm. The waitstaff walks around with food, and some brazenly walk around with silver trays on which are placed tiny little lines of white powder.
No, Flori is now officially judging this party. You don't do all the Coke lines off the same platter. It's unsanitary. Get your own space to do your own Coke lines, people.
Can you both make me a roll of a thing? Could you make me both intelligence and politics?
Ooh, I haven't have a dot in that one.
And we're going to look for we'll say difficulty 2.
Okay. Nope.
Do you want to re-roll those dice with a willpower check, or do you want to take the bestial failure?
I mean...
Start of the party.
I will...
That's one success.
That's one success.
So... You fail, but it's not a bestial failure.
Yeah.
However, this time it's Alexander who's less distracted. You, Flori, begin to judge everyone.
Yeah, I mean, Flori doesn't do politics. She's here to do murder.
And Alex,
Those
you
aren't
notice
always the same thing.
no, you know, high society parties and even like soirees like this, parties like this, like they don't happen. The escorts, because they're clearly escorts. Many of them are women, some of them are men, but a lot less. They barely hide themselves, they barely blend in, and they're there not already accompanying people. They were like planted there. And so was the Coke. It's so brazenly public and in plain view that you get the feeling that whoever did that, organized this, they want to tease to get that, like, tiny bit of corruption from people. To see who would fall for whatever things they offer.
Okay.
And you would notice as well.
So this is more or less the dangling carrot for the immoral.
This is the dangling carrot for the for whoever is immoral. That makes sense. Yep. You would notice that the woman wearing the like Elvira style dress, she moves between people and chit chats with everyone just a little bit and goes through. Has fun. She has not seen you enter, unless you both entered with awe.
No.
But yeah, you get the feeling that, well, you know that this is not Mary-Ellen for sure, but clearly this person she might actually be like the organizer, just in charge of the party, and she's here, and it would explain why she's not dressed as well as the rest of the people here. And she makes her way, by the way, like through the crowd and up to those double doors, and she goes in without a fuss. And I
don't
think
like what's going on here.
I really don't like this kind of party.
Strangest birthday party I've ever seen, and I've seen a lot of strange things.
I really have to know what the strangest thing you've seen is now.
there's not even a cake, by the way.
That's a story for another time. I'd be happy to share, I'm sure.
All right. So, am I sneaking? Do you have a picture of who this person is that we're supposed to murder, by the way?
Do I have a picture of?
Yes. I mean, remember, you investigated her.
Yeah, we did.
The picture that exists, unfortunately, is on the VTM wiki, and it's basically 90% just a black spot in a tank top because they decided to put, edgy shadows. And by the way, she cleaned up with time. The barbed wire tattoo, she probably kept it, but it's now probably hidden under a sleeve. You're looking at a very plain-looking blonde woman in her mid to late 20s. She, from the picture, doesn't stand out in any way. In fact, she would, not supernaturally, but she would meld in a crowd very easily. It's not, you're used with obfuscate and all that. It's not any obfuscating powers on any of the pictures you have or anything like that. It just so happens that it was gifted with the gift of looking like an NPC.
I mean,
but of all the people here, she should be easy enough to pinpoint.
Yep. So I'll have photographs that Sid had taken on my phone that I can show her.
Oh yeah, and by the way, he was a photographer, so I had points in that.
They're much better lit.
They're not shaky.
That's right.
Oh, these are actually pretty good. Who does your surveillance?
That would be my associate,
A filthy
Mr. Sid Zimmerman.
Interesting. Might add them to the list. Okay, good. And she'll hand the phone back to you. So, are we entering and making a scene or not?
I don't know if I want to draw any unwarranted attention to us right now. But we do need to get in there.
All right. Stepping back down the hall shortly. We're going to replan this. I have an idea.
I'm all ears.
I think that's where we're gonna take the break.
Okay.
Like, as you whisper your plan, we're actually going to cut away to break. Just so we don't take our break, like, too late tonight. Hey, everyone. We'll be back in, like, 5 to 10 minutes. Grab yourself, well, if you're at that little soiree we're having, at that birthday party, grab yourself a line of Coke. Don't do drugs. But grab yourself a drink, crack open a cold human, and we'll be right back.
Crack is whack, y'all.
Okay. We're back. So you are inside party. Right now, no one has stopped you to take your name.
No, we're not inside. We got there and then we walked back down the hall.
Back down. That's true. So we'll pick back up in the hall then.
Mm-hmm. Yes, which is good because Flori's like, all right, how are you at drama?
That depends.
Does anyone here currently know you?
Not very well, no.
No paparazzi are at this party, so that's not going to be a problem.
I would certainly hope not with what they've got floating around, unless they're trying to pin something particularly nasty on someone.
So, full-on ranting drama party, I'm going to crash in there, very upset at you.
Well, then take it away.
Cool. Probably, I'm very upset. You didn't answer and you were late. So we were late to the party. I will be very dramatic, very loud, very impressionable. It'll be fine. All right, then. And then for the first time, Alex, you will notice that she reaches up and pulls a bunch of hairpins from her hair and pulls the red and blue and silver hairpiece off and shakes her hair out before she very carefully ties it, loops it twice, and then slides it into one of the pockets she had very quickly sewn into this dress. Takes a second, ruffles her hair to make it look like messy intentional, but like walked out of everything. All right, time to go do a murder.
You step back into the room, your absence barely noticed by the people here.
No, there's no stepping. She is intentionally going to make a scene.
Oh, I thought you were like getting in first and then...
Oh, no, this is where we're going in and then through the doors.
Then please,
exactly.
Let me hand you the reins.
Yes.
Paint me a picture.
The picture is she comes in, she's shuffling her hair and shaking it out and striding. And for the first time, she's making sound as she walks. The intentional angry stride of heel on floor. And while these floors are carpeted, so that makes it real impressive that she can make that sound with those high heels on a carpeted hotel floor. Angry walking.
Stomping, yeah.
Not stomping, angry walking, because if you stomp, you break your heel. You stomp in boots, you angry walk in heels. But she's purposely 5 feet in front of Alex, which will be very striking because he's that much taller than she is. And it's like, as she's like getting into the room, it's like, we wouldn't have been, she does that classic quiet whisper talking. She's not whispering. She's just lowering the pitch of her voice just enough. It's like, if you could be on time, we wouldn't have been late. And now we are late. I can't. We were invited to an event and we are late. Do you understand how upsetting this is to me?
It was 15 minutes.
It was 15 minutes when we should have been here an hour ago. Do you understand what's going on? And she is striding. We had invitations. We missed the opening event. There was supposed to be a champagne toast. We missed the toast. And she keeps walking.
Yep. And I'm probably 5 to 6 steps behind her, just letting her take that lead and then just, over and over. What? We were not that late. 15 minutes.
You need a new driver. No, we need a new driver. It is. And
do not blame Maurice for this. He's been our driver for 10 years.
Well, Maurice wasn't behind the wheel of the car. Should I blame you then for all? And then she's going to stop dead center in the middle of this room and time it purposely, because now she's angry, right? She's playing angry, and she's going to time it purposely so that as one of the waitstaff, who's probably just started to pause and stare at this scene, preferably one with the Coke lines on their tray, go by, she's going to gesticulate and knock
Powder.
Oh, you're going to spray powder on like a couple of old politicians.
Oh, that might be intentional. She doesn't like old politicians for reasons. Even though they occasionally pay a lot of her checks. Oh, and now it's on my dress. What is? And she's just going to be like all upset at everything. It's like, I can't get this is a new dress, and she's like taking it and like brushing it off. Very obviously that there's probably not actually that much cocaine on her actual dress because of the way she knocked everything at other people. But she's doing it just enough so that she is now, it's a very obvious scene that she's very upset. There's this very obvious reason. And then she's going to make a beeline through the open doors as if that's where the bathrooms are so that she can clean her dress. The only way this would be better for her is if it was champagne, but cocaine works just as well.
Before you step through these doors, I'm gonna ask for a roll. Just because I want to see. So here's what we're gonna do. Let's go with the two of you. Either charisma or manipulation. And performance. And it's a difficulty 1. Because what we'll do is for each success you tally, that's 10% of the people mesmerized by that scene. Or shocked, or,
Yeah.
curious. So either charisma or manipulation. And performance.
And I don't think my specialization counts here. Or maybe it does for storytelling.
No, it's nah. I mean, you're putting a scene, but it's too quick to.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah.
No, I agree. One success.
One success.
That was real awkward on the number of die I rolled.
If you want to re-roll those 3 dice, as you could, for 1 will.
I already spent 1 willpower today.
I know. It is not a bestial failure.
It's not an actual bestial failure.
It's not an actual bestial failure because there was 1 success, correct?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And also, it is a success because you only needed 1 anyway.
Yeah.
So you succeeded on the roll. You need to fail the roll and have a 1 in the die, and it's...
So right now, as it stands, unless either of you re-rolls anything...
You know what? I will re-roll.
Okay.
Fine.
We're at 20%. We're saying,
Yeah.
a fifth of the room. Which would be like the people closest to you.
Okay, so technically it's a crit success.
You got 2, so that's 2, 4, 5. So that's 50. 60%.
6.
So right now we're looking at over half of the people here. Basically, there are some that would be engrossed in their conversation. They might have just looked over their shoulders and brushed it off.
Yeah.
Keep doing their things. But there is a sort of a crowded circle that has begun to form around you, and then sort of breaks apart when you dart towards the other doors. And Alex, like, people are still just staring at you. You would notice, Flori, as you move to go to the other room, that woman in the black dress comes back, walking very, very quickly, like, heard the commotion, and it comes to look at it. The guy that was by the door looked kind of like a bouncer. He just looks at you. And as you, go to stride, just whispers very quickly, "You're not supposed to be here."
She doesn't stop.
He doesn't stop you. You enter the other room.
As she goes, she doesn't stop because she's playing the role, but as he whispers, because he's not shifting to stop her, like that would have been something she would have seen, right? The body movement, the intentionality to stop her. So she knows that he's not going to stop her, but he's whispering that she's not supposed to be here. Do I recognize him in any way, shape, or form?
No, it's more of a, well, you recognize one thing. For one, he doesn't breathe.
Yeah, that's fair.
He probably clocked the fact that you are not a local kindred.
Yeah, that's okay. I'm not local anywhere on this continent.
I was going to ask, should we have used Blush of Life?
Oh no, I consider you have your Blush of Life.
Okay.
Yeah.
You've had like, the whole evening to get ready. That's why we didn't do like any hunting checks or anything like that. You would have had time, especially you, Alex, like on the way to Caleb. And then, if needed, on the way back, just stop at a quick like rest area and hijack someone. Where's I going? Yes, woman with the black dress flies past you. You enter the other room. It is a smaller room than this one. To call it a small room would be a gross underestimation of what it is. It's like a ballroom, almost. But there's not a lot of people. They're making like a sort of small crowd, more or less in the center of the room. They're talking, they're having fun, they have, alcohol and champagne flutes and what have you, or wine glasses. It looks a bit classier. You definitely see a few escorts here, but no one who's flaunting them. Like everyone who's here sort of is either here with someone or for a reason. There's no temptation. They've been tempted.
Yep.
And Lady Florington is, of course, there, standing a good, 2 feet away from everyone else. And they seem to respect that. She's wearing this black and white, basically, it's a white dress. Like, let's say, with a tube top, basically. A white dress, but there's, this layer of embroidery or lacing that creates another layer on the top, and then that same pattern is sewn inside the dress, which is it has a cut where it's cut at the knees in the front, but at the ankles in the back.
Yeah, it's called a handkerchief hem.
Okay. I don't know how to describe dresses. I realized that when I was searching for image. Let me see. Copy image. Paste image. I'll send it to you both on Discord if you want to take a look at it.
Oh yeah, it's a high-low hem and it's a sweetheart neckline, but it's made out of lace. And the inset, the way the skirt is cut with the bolster, you can actually see the lace around the edging of because of the high-low hem. Interesting styling.
Yes.
I look better in Valentino than that dress.
And
I don't think that was ever in question.
She wears just a fine necklace. But you're fairly certain that there's a ton of diamonds and rare stones on there. But it's not big, it's not ostentatious. Same with her earrings.
I mean, she looks very nice.
She doesn't wear any rings. The people that she's with are clearly trying to impress. Either they are dressed to impress in expensive tailored suits, or high-end designer dresses that for some of the people here, they would probably need to have rented it.
There's no shame in that.
Who you see in this room, by who you see and recognize in this room, either politicians, blah blah blah, business people and all that, people that you could have seen on TV and all, you can't really pinpoint why they would be in the room. Like, there's nothing that really connects them to the birthday girl. No one seems to, there's no one that's old money. You don't think so? Also, there's no one to announce anyone here, so it's not as formal as it could be. It's kind of like a tiny private club, almost.
I've been to a lot better private club.
There's one thing you do not see, however, and it's a very bland-looking blonde woman.
That's really all Flori's cares about. But as she comes in, she's gonna slide over to one of the corners, and start, casing the joint, planning this room, taking that moment, and looking like she's still upset, but waiting for Alexander to come up to her, as if he's going to make her less upset. But that's not what she's actually doing. If that makes sense.
You notice there's no other exits to this room. There are 3 tall and wide windows that basically give onto the city. I forgot to mention that, but you are around the 10th floor, by the way. And on top of a hill, so fairly high. Nice view. Definitely this room is probably normally reserved for wedding dinners or something. Meanwhile, in the other room, while your +1 Alexander is waiting for you to come apologize, you notice the woman in the black dress. She walks past you and sort of walks onto there's a little step that separates the hallway that leads to the private elevator and to the rest of the room, and she walks onto that small step and she just asks, everyone please, everyone please, over here, look at me. No, not at the gentleman who's causing a scene. Yes, thank you, yes. And you see people eventually start to look at her like she was going to announce something. What do you do? They it's not mechanical in any way. They're not being puppeteered. They're being genuinely interested. And it seems to be something that she's able to do as whatever role she has tonight.
So it doesn't appear to be she's turning on awe and gathering everyone's attention. She's actually having to fight for the attention.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. There doesn't seem to be any presence. Well, I mean, she has a presence, but supernatural presence to her.
Right.
Which means you could slip into the other room if you wanted, or you could stay here.
I'm gonna stay here and see what she has to say.
Okay.
So I'm gonna pull up my handkerchief, my pocket square, and then just kind of dust myself off and apologize and just say, oh, I'm terribly sorry for that bit of a heated argument. It's quite all right, thank you, and let her carry on.
There's a man next to you who just nudges you with his elbow as the lady begins talking, and he just leans in and whispers, it's okay, it's an open bar here tonight, so you can just get anyone if you want to get back at her.
And looking at the man, is it just some random person or
popular TV news anchor? I do not have his name at the moment because I don't remember all the names of the news anchors. And I'm not also going to sully the name of an actual person. But let's call him Pierre Lebel. Yeah. You've seen him.
Definitely interesting to know. Mr. Lebel?
Yes. Hi. And then he just like almost like shushes you, like if he was in a library, like a library, and then points to the woman. And she basically says, "Thank you everyone for coming. I see there was a little incident. Let's not let this stop our soiree. In fact, we can just, if we can just forget about it, it would please Lady Torrington quite a lot." And that's where you see it, or when you see it. The brainwashing of an entire crowd of people. And you know the powers you have. You know what you can do with it. And you know that some people can do wonders with it. Actually, how many wonders can you do? What's your level in Dominate?
I believe it is... In Dominate, it's a 1.
It's very far from what you can do. You can do it to one person. She just did it to a crowd. And everyone, just like that, go back to talking, go back to having fun, to chit-chatting. Even the news anchor next to you leans down and says, "Hey, hi, I'm Pierre Lebel. You might know me from TV. I don't think I got your name. Did you just got here?"
Yeah, just made an entrance.
Oh. He extends a hand to shake yours, waits for a name.
I'll shake his hand and say it's pleasure to meet you, Dimitri Pasquale.
Dimitri Pasquale. So nice to meet you. By the way, if you are new, just know that it's open bar on everything tonight. Even the girls.
Oh, yeah, I kind of noticed that.
He seems to like making a point of that. Flori, quickly in the other room, you heard the woman speak. Because, she's not shouting, but she's speaking loudly so that the whole crowd listens. You didn't get to see the whole entire domination happening, but you notice when she's done talking how everyone just goes back to how they were before you came in. And how's this... Well, I was going to say tiny woman. She's 5'2", so...
She's the same height as Flori.
I know, that's why I was going to say tiny and I didn't, but now I said it. So yeah, this tiny woman commands a crowd.
That's impressive.
She doesn't look pale, so of course, the blush of life and all that. Alex, by the way, you have never seen that vampire, that kindred, in Quebec. Unless it's someone that's heavily disguised. This is not someone from here.
Would I be able to see that with Sense the Unseen?
Ooh. What does it do again?
Make me look this up, aren't you?
If you don't have it on your sheet.
I didn't have the description listed.
No problem. Okay, got it. It's free. so supernatural hiding in plain sight. I should make a roll for it, or I should just ask you to make a weird roll. But I would say, sense the unseen, you would see beyond the mundane. It's free. There is nothing to her that is supernatural in her appearance. If it's a wig, makeup, and all that, it was very good. If that person is actually Mary Elaine, like, very good, like, spycraft skills. That said, if she is Mary Elaine in disguise and she can just control the entire crowd, that changes things, maybe. Other than that, though, because you have sensed the unseen, I just need to check something very quickly.
I'm going to make you more complicated for you in a second.
Sure. But, nope, there's nothing else. There is nothing else.
Okay. And Alexander will make his way past the news guy and go into the other room to Flori.
News guy is rude much? As you just leave. The kindred by the door looks at you and also whispers, "You're also not supposed to be here. I don't know what's going on."
Now, does he know that I'm not?
He's another one that you've never seen in Quebec. And I mean, you've scouted the territory, you found your place on Zillow, you went in, you looked at, who the neighbors were,
Right.
Also, your entire investigation. This person is not local. And also, since you're not making a scene as you enter, it's weird, but it's almost... He might not be whispering at you, but to himself. Like, just remarking what happens around him. And he does stand, like I said, he stands straight. He's not leaning against the wall. He's, like, immobile, but not in a, like, security capacity or anything like that. Kind of like a soldier that's not at attention. That's the other one,
Parade rest.
Parade rest, yeah.
So as Alexander comes back, or actually just before Alexander comes back, because that level of calming a room, and she knows that there's a vampire here that she's supposed to kill, she's going to pop Sense Beast. Which is also free.
Ooh. Sense Beast, that's animalism. What does it do?
Allows the user to sense the level of hostility in a target, whether the animal person is prepared to do harm or even determined to cause it, and determine whether they harbor a supernatural beast, marking them as a vampire or werewolf. On a win, a critical gives the user information on the exact type of creature, as well as their hunger or rage level. This power can be used both actively and passively, warning the user of aggressive intent in the immediate vicinity. I think she probably has it almost always on passive when she's in a situation like this, but now she's going to use it actively.
Okay. What I'll do you scan the entire room, or do you just want to use it on, like, one or two specific people?
She's going to use it on two specific people. One, because of that she heard that calm down and focus on me.
Mm-hmm.
She's going to use it on the Elvira wannabe, which is how that woman is now officially in Flori's mind. It's like, she is judging this woman so hard because she has seen all of Elvira's movies, and she thinks that the woman has great talent and is undervalued. So this woman is obviously infringing on trademark of personality and just is a second-class knockoff, maybe even a third-class knockoff, and on the good Viscountess herself.
Okay. Let's start with Elvira.
Mm-hmm.
Can you roll? Actually, I will roll. That'll determine your difficulty.
Okay.
Difficulty 3.
Oh, this will be great.
Look at them ones. Actually, I should do the cool thing and like roll like the players. No, I can't.
Yeah,
I can't because NPCs don't work that way.
yeah, I know, because they can't bestially fail. Okay, it wouldn't matter anyways, but
Oh, no, I have a reference sheet for them. Ooh, shiny.
hold on. I need to do this.
So, Lady Torrington and... Oh,
Okay, hold on, I have to count. What's that? Okay. So 3 successes on Elvira. I got 3 successes.
all right. And the other one...
Yep.
What? Input value, yes. Oh. That did not work. That did not work. So I'm gonna just roll like I do normally. Lady Torrington was a difficulty 2. So
Okay.
we'll use your same roll for, everything.
So use the so I don't have to reroll for that one.
Yeah.
Okay. So 3 successes.
So the level of hostility in a target. None from Lady Torrington. Slight annoyance from the other woman. But it's more like annoyance at the general
Okay, is
situation.
Is it annoyance at? This is going to sound really strange, but is it annoyance at having to go back and calm the crowd, or is it annoyance at the crowd themselves?
Sense the Beast wouldn't let you know that.
Yeah, that's probably enough.
But you know that she is, like, let's say on a scale of like prepared to do harm, she's at like a 1 out of 10.
I also know that if she
yes, she harbor a supernatural beast. She's a vampire.
Oh. Good to know.
And Lady Torrington is also a vampire.
Cool. Time to go see Lady Torrington.
But then as you look around,
wait.
I believe Alex...
Yeah.
We might have bigger problems, and I'll kind of lean in with my square and offer it to Flori to brush off.
She'll do the accept, but kind of like,
Yeah, that was just kind of a way for me to lean in and go.
Yeah.
I think we have bigger problems.
You mean the fact that the good Lady Torrington and our Elvira wannabe, fake Vira?
Lady Torrington?
Yes.
Well, we have somebody that can play serious mind games in the other room.
Yes. And the individual who is not quite a bouncer at the door. Caleb's getting charged double. But I haven't seen the target yet, correct? Well, we should go make our introductions to the hostess, right?
Certainly.
Good. I haven't had much fun messing with a noble in years.
When was the last time you messed with a noble?
Now, define messed with. I do have one that I mess with pretty regularly. That's just a personal issue. But let's see. 1960. No, excuse me. 57, then 65. Oh, I definitely fucked with Prince Andrew's entire fuck up. That was hilarious. There were 3 people that needed to die. It was fine. Yeah, about 10 years, 20 years. Zalmadi had so much fun those nights.
Well, don't let me stop you from having your fun.
Okay. You told her that. She's gonna go, all right. And then she's going to switch and like sashay up to Lady Torrington.
You notice that Lady Torrington is unaccompanied.
That's okay.
Everyone else in that little circle around her are with someone. When you approach her, she just politely just like nods and smiles at you, but keeps just feigning interest in the bootlicking that the other people are doing. And, you know, complimenting her on the weather in England, like just trying to find ways to make her feel good about herself. She doesn't seem to give a rat's ass of it. But when you approach, are you supernaturally hiding anything?
Am I supernaturally hiding anything?
Yeah, no, I know you're not. But yeah, she looks at you, just like smiles, but keeps.
Oh, that's okay. Flori is going to go full on. Oh, this is going to be hilarious. She's going to walk straight up to this woman and doesn't even stop and just grabs both her hands in between hers and says, "Oh, it's so wonderful to meet you. I'm so excited."
She paused for a second and just like tries to wiggle her hands out of yours.
Oh no, she's holding on. It's like, I have been such a fan. I've been following everything. Your social media is such a wonder. I have so much respect for you. I really do wonder what brought you to Quebec. And at the same time, I'm in the city. I can't even understand. I'm surprised.
Miss, I would let go of my hands if I were you. Miss, please.
She doesn't stop. She keeps gushing. She wants to see what happens.
She immediately just raises her voice and calls security.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
She just goes, security, please, someone, can you remove this clearly drunk guest from the premises? Please, give me...
Now that's just insulting. Why are you calling me drunk?
Give me my hands back.
Oh, honey, you're messing with a lot of people's minds on this little party. I thought I would be polite. But since we're not going to be polite...
What? Did you freeze?
No.
Okay.
She just says, but since we're not going to be polite...
We are in polite company.
No, I see a bunch of drunk rednecks and some cokeheads. And a wannabe.
Get your hands off me. And she like says it. How tight do you hold her hands?
Just enough that it feels like human strong.
Okay.
She is not yet at this moment giving away intentionally that she is a vampire.
Then she'll just make a human check to get out of, you know. If you are human strong, she'll do. It's not, you know.
Yeah.
Special.
I'm doing it intentionally.
Alex,
you were watching all of this. It'll be great.
Can you?
I am absorbing this with restraint to not interject yet.
Can you roll strength and brawl, please?
We've had this conversation. I can.
It will be difficulty 2.
You understand that I can do something.
Yeah, I know. I know you can. It doesn't mean it'll work. We don't know.
It's not gonna work. We know this. We know that strength is not my strong suit. Literally.
That makes 2 of us.
It's okay. I'm not here to actually. I'm here waiting for her to reveal things so that I will fuck with her. It's fine. No successes. It's fine.
Yeah. So she removes her hands.
Yeah.
Rather forcefully, and she like steps back a bit just to look you like up and down.
I look better dressed than she does.
And at that point, Alexander will make the step up and laughingly, I am very sorry. honey, I told you not to just abruptly, and some restraint. Just show some restraint. And he'll offers apologies to the is it Countess?
Viscountess, apparently.
Viscountess.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
She said she stepped back from me, right?
Yeah, she took a step.
Okay, so when Alex comes in, Flori is going to shift, like it's almost so it looks natural, but is intentional, so that she and Alex are now blocking the spectators from the Viscountess, if that makes sense. Because I want to cut her off.
From the crowd?
Yeah.
Well, the rest of the crowd are also looking at the two of you very strangely.
That's okay. They can look. Look away.
And there is someone that seems to be walking in from behind.
Is this the target? That's all Flori cares about at this moment.
No, it's the guy that was by the door.
Oh, okay.
Oh, the security guy.
Okay.
He just stands a bit behind you. Would you please escort me outside?
None of y'all who I'm really looking for anyway, so it's not like y'all have any value. She's a wannabe jacked up princess who thinks she's gonna rule a little city by giving away coke and hookers.
She just looks at you confused. She says, "Oh, yeah, you're from out of town then."
Yep, frequently am.
Well, then you're not supposed to be here.
Often told to my face in that compliment statement. You would not believe the number of times. Tell me I'm wrong here, honey. The number of times people have told me I'm not wanted.
At least once a day. Once a day.
Probably multiple times. But see, here's the thing. I don't really give a shit about you, honey. You're not on my list yet. So have yourself a nice little party coming in from out of town and showing up. And I have an honest question. When was the last time you was actually in London? Because
she looks at the guy that's behind you and she's like, "Escort them out." And he says, "Follow me." But he says it with like a voice that feels commanding. Can the two of you make resolve composure, please?
I mean, I can.
And the difficulty, I'm gonna have to check it.
You are aware that this is not going to work on Flori, right? Or well, maybe it will, but it's not. Flori is not resolved or composed at the moment.
Difficulty 8.
Yeah. Flori is not attempting to fail. Flori is.
What are we rolling?
Flori was.
It would be
resolve.
It would be resolve and composure.
Yeah, I'm not fighting this one. Flori's not fighting it. She already knows things. She's
basically
knows what she needs to do when she's leaving.
If you fail, you can do nothing but walk back silently with the guy.
I mean, there's literally no way I can beat that.
No, and you sort of realize, well, after it will dissipate stuff, but I need Scott to roll just in case.
Yeah. Is it difficulty 8?
Yeah, it's. I also rolled quite a lot. Yeah, no, it's almost like there's a hazy part of your memory, like by the time you're outside of the room, you're back in the main room, near the entrance to the main room. Not the one where the double doors were, but the actual entrance. And it's like, wow, we walked here. And again, something that you are quite familiar with. Mister, I have a lot of presents. But mind you, Flori also has presents, right?
Flori has presents.
Yeah. That was Majesty right there.
Mm.
The only way that presence could affect someone of the supernatural. He didn't escort you out
Out.
of the
Yes.
place. He didn't kick you out of the place. By the time you get to the doors and this sort of haze dissipates, he, again in sort of this almost like whispery tone, he goes, if you cause a scene, people might die.
People are gonna die anyway, Sugar. I'm here to kill somebody. However, I can ensure that the scene I am about to cause will not cause you to be any additionally dead. Although I will say that Montreal is wonderful this time of year.
I don't know who you are to come mess around in this place or Maria Len's thing, but
Can you point her out to me, by the way, Sugar?
she is currently indisposed. She's not here.
Oh, how indisposed is she? Because I want to make her a little bit more indisposed.
Let's not give anything away.
Oh, I'm not. Don't worry, Sugar.
You can see the conflict in his face.
Let me put it this way. I know a very nice group of people who will very much help you. Your level of majesty serving somebody like that seems unfair.
Everything is complicated.
Do you actually care about any of those folks? Like on an emotional level?
Yes.
Do you wish them to keep their minds intact?
Yes. It's already... People have played with their minds enough tonight. It is.
Oh, you mean the humans? I was talking about the two vampires.
Eliza and Vanessa?
Oh, good. They got names.
Yes, they do. They're here with Maria Len. This is a very important thing tonight that cannot go wrong at all costs.
Sugar, and she'll turn to Alex. She's not using Alex's name at this point at all, by the way. Sugar.
Yes.
This is so important and absolutely nothing can go wrong.
Well, it'd be absolutely terrible if something did go wrong.
It would, and it would be, I would feel such a burden if this poor individual suffered because of that. Why don't you escort him to find something to drink while other things happen?
There's too many high-profile individuals. I assume the two of you know about the lie.
Oh. Sugar, do you see how much cocaine is flowing in this room?
Many of them have not touched it in any way.
No, but a lot of it's all over them, isn't it?
Yes.
Do you want to know one of the biggest things that people cut cocaine with?
That's not the problem. Please.
When they start questioning everything they see in their mind, and it will be.
Don't
Oh, don't worry, I'm not going to harm them.
Yes. Please.
And honest to God, swear I will not cause any permanent harm to any of the kind in this room.
Don't know. Your word is what it's worth.
Sugar, stop and think about what I just said. I'm gonna fuck with their mind, and I'm here to cause a scene. What clan am I?
I don't know, Malkavian?
Now that's right insulting. And she turns to Alexander.
She said their minds, not hers.
Can you, the two of you,
Yeah.
roll Wits plus awareness. Difficulty 3.
Wits plus awareness. I can do that.
I mean, I can do that. How well it's going to go.
Yeah,
Is I mean, I have Sense Beast up passively, so I know if he's a threat or not.
And you said difficulty 3?
Mm-hmm.
with Sense the Beast. Well, passively, it's just if you're in danger.
Yeah.
But the Spidey sense doesn't go off. Not
Okay.
yet, anyway.
Awareness.
Yep. 1 success.
Wits. 3. Oh crap! That shouldn't have happened. Hold on. Why did that do that? It rolled extra dice. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, even if I were to remove, like, the last 3 on the right, it's still 3 successes.
Yeah.
You can hear, so as he's talking and all that, the party's still happening in the background. And there's, people coming and going. You notice 2 things. One, there's someone that comes back from the elevator.
Yeah.
They just, walk back to the party. They have like this sort of satisfied smile on their face. And the other is Vanessa, the one in the black dress. You can see she approached a man and whispered something, but you basically saw, made out what she said with her lips. And she says, "It's your turn. She'll see you now."
Oh.
And he looks very, like, he immediately straightens up, arranges his clothes, and walks to the elevator with, like, a pep in his step.
Oh, that tells me where she is.
And the guy in front of you keeps talking. That this is... There's already been a lot of dead. And as he does that, you can see he, like, massages his knuckles.
Oh, sugar, how old are you?
It's not the question.
No, it's a very important question because you're still responding to the physical ailments of your death. That usually implies that you haven't psychologically overcome these things. Correct me if I'm wrong here. And she like turns to Alex and engages with him.
He says, I will correct you. I'm not... My death happened a long time ago.
Then why are you still struggling with serving people who do not deserve you?
Because things are complicated.
Mm.
And you smell the blood from outside in the containers. Yeah, you can smell it on his hands. Now that he's, like, massaging them, it's probably just, like, reactivating the...
And she'll take his pocket square and take his hand very carefully and start wiping it. And I can take that away from you if you want.
With your mind powers, I would rather not.
It was an offer.
Thank you.
So Mary Elena's upstairs, right?
I haven't said anything about that. I don't know where you would have gotten this information.
Oh, from Vanessa. She not quiet. You're much more professional than she is. You could get hired out and much better people, right? Like, he's hiring, and points at Alex.
He looks at Alex, but as he's about to say something, or even if Alex is about to say something, there's Vanessa that just calls Pierre back to him. And he goes, "Well, I have to go now. You're not supposed to be here."
I have a question. Is it 3 or 4? Just out of curiosity. The rank of whatever blood bond ties you to that skank.
There's no blood ball.
Then why do you care if I'm a fuck with a head?
Care about the people. And
the people.
he has no choice but to keep going.
Mm-hmm.
You can see it's very important for him to keep the party like status quo.
Mellow.
Yeah.
Status quo. I feel.
And when he gets to Vanessa, you'll see them. They talk, but his frame hides hers.
Yeah, so I can't find. So she'll turn to Alex in that moment and turns to him and says, "So, sugar."
Can we drop the Louisiana? He's gone now.
Fine, all right, I can definitely do that. I mean, Louisiana's a very nice place. It has a lot of fun. Ooh. We should go back to Louisiana. Good times in Louisiana. Baton Rouge, definitely a fun city to go to. But we're going upstairs, darling.
Well, we have to get up that elevator. I'm assuming it's a private elevator, correct?
It feels like it, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, he wants to save the poor little humans. You know, there's one guaranteed way to ensure those all poor little humans go running right out the door.
What do you propose? We pull the fire alarm?
Well, yes, but you started a fire to go with it.
I'm not particularly sure burning down this hotel, or at least inciting enough fear that the hotel is burning down, was quiet.
There's quiet, and then there's making sure that nobody can trace it to us. You understand that those are two different things. If you wanted me to be really quiet, I would have had to spend 24 hours and ensure that you weren't here and that we weren't at this party and that I would have, snuck up on her while she was still in sleep before she roused and then stabbed her through the heart. I mean, but you said a party, so now there are complications.
There are always complications.
Fine, no fire. Is Vanessa still in this room?
So, if you look after she's done talking to him, yeah, he goes back to his post.
Yeah.
And she goes to the other room where Lady Torrington is.
Oh, she's not here. Such a shame about that door. Is the elevator down or up?
So if I can show you, I'll just draw like a real quick thing for the room on our map. So imagine room is sort of that you've got your corridor that leads into the room. You've got like that room right here. Yep. Like that. That would be like the other ballroom type of thing. And the elevator would be here. So like when you came in,
we still can't see it because you've got a giant piece of black on the map.
What? Oh, because it's a giant token.
Yep.
That's true.
Sorry.
No, that's fine. So when the X is where the elevator is. When you come in, you would be here.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's like the entire crowd in the middle of the room, blah, blah, blah. But to get to the elevator, one, you cannot see the elevator from where you are.
Okay.
Unless you're in the middle
Center
of the room. Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's still like a ways to go if you wanted to sneak up to it, where you would be completely completely within line of sight of everyone.
That's okay. Because effectively, really, the only person she's worrying about at this moment is Pierre and Vanessa. Well, really, Vanessa. Pierre is a non-entity in the moment. I mean, he's important because he has powers that she doesn't have, which is making her question things because he's very complicated. Well. Hey, baby Ventru. I have a question for you.
And that would be? And please, don't call me baby.
Well, nobody puts baby in a corner. Oh, good, you got it. You would not believe. I have so much problems. Hamia just doesn't get them.
Yeah, I have someone has an affinity for pop culture references, so.
That's a sire look.
Oh, no, not mine. Just one I've been taking care of.
Adopting them is perfectly valid.
You could call it that, yeah.
You don't deny that one. All right. So, how good are you at presence and awe-inspiring bullshit?
I'd like to say I'm fairly decent at it. What'd you have in mind?
You know, it'd be such a shame if they all left this party, right?
It would be.
But you have a high enough awe that we could... I mean, realistically, we just need to get the humans out of here so we can deal with the mess that's going to be created by this Marielena that you want me to murder.
Yeah, we could force them to leave.
But then it's a he said, she said with your awe and her dominate and powers. She's very aggressive.
She did seem that way. It did seem very convincing.
Can you be very, very convincing when I fuck with everybody, when I make them all see something?
Sure, we could give it a try.
Oh, good. Show me a picture of Marielena again.
And I'll bring out the phone and bring up Sid's pictures and show.
Yeah. Oh, I almost feel sorry for them. Who wants a murder victim? Coming from those stairs.
So that's your plan? We show them some sort of murder scene?
Well, it's that, or I could go full tentacles and shit. Lovecraft has been really useful. You would not believe the number of cousins I have who have basically made all of their money in just full-on embracing the Lovecraft world.
I don't think we need to warp their minds permanently.
Yeah, so just, oh my god, I've been stabbed. Cougars are fun. I could throw one of those in the middle of this room, too.
I don't think that's quite necessary. I think...
Well, that's good. I mean, the last time I had to do that was because a Bruja decided to go on a body and there are too many people around.
That's interesting company you keep.
Honestly, people complain that it's my fault and that I'm the one to blame for things going wrong. I'm like, no, I'm just cleaning up after a Bruja.
I can see how messy that could get.
You're not half bad for a Ventru.
If I had $1 for every time I've heard that, I wouldn't be as rich as I am, but it wouldn't hurt.
So, dead hooker, cougar, Chippendale stripper.
Oh, I'm intrigued now. I mean, you'll have to show me this.
Oh, a Chippendale stripper? I can do that. So watch this. And she's gonna back up against the wall. The wall, basically right here. So, you know, this pathway that you have to go. She's gonna back up to this corner of the wall, right inside. And she's going to pop Fata Morgana.
Okay.
And to see and hear, she's not going for full sensory experience yet. See and hear the arrival of a Chippendale stripper. Because the hookers that are here are low rent.
They didn't seem like it.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. The impression that I was giving was that
mid-tier escorts, or are we going high end? I mean, because they didn't give the impression of high end.
No,
Yeah,
they're
there
not
was not the
high
impression.
end, but they're there for a specific purpose, and they're not like they're dressed because that's what the job tonight required them to wear.
Yeah.
Not because they're like just there to try to get as many clients as possible. It's
No, but they were brought in, but I'm saying that they were brought in as low rent there were low rent hookers that were brought in versus like, you know, courtesans, which is an entirely different class, and she wouldn't be doing this if there were courtesans here. She respects them.
I can tell you that I might have described them poorly, but no, they're not low end.
Okay, then no Chippendale stripper then. Because that juxtaposition would be necessary for what she was going to do.
No, they're dressed provocatively, but in like a like well-dressed fashion. They're not dressed like skanks. Like they're classy, but they're very sexy in how they're dressed.
So high-end hookers made to look not.
Well, you don't know if they're hookers.
Sorry, escorts.
Whoever they are. Yeah. But they're all wearing, you know, revealing clothing. But yes, looking at the crowd, like a Chippendale stripper would be out of left field.
I mean, Chippendales was the highest end, but
yeah, but this isn't the like. There's no show.
You
there's
can
no
have
music.
a show that comes in. Like
yeah,
I said,
but
sight and sound.
That's why it would be. But even if it was a mundane person, like it would be very out of like the people here would not be interested by that.
Okay, well in that case, we're going for horror. Or actually, no, she's just gonna start making her way towards, as you know, just walking as if she's walking, because Vanessa's not in the room, right?
Not at the moment.
Okay. She's just gonna start making her way naturally, you know, like flying natural. Which she says to Alex. Towards, she's not done anything yet.
No.
Towards the room, and she's not caring really if anybody sees her, right? She's just walking.
Well, the guy by the door is glaring at you.
And she winks at him. And she will mouth, in French. I solemnly promise not to cause permanent harm to any of the humans in this room.
He whispers, he mouths, no harm at all.
I said what I said. And she winks at him, and just keeps going. Because she can kind of get a read on this guy, right?
What do you want to know about this guy?
Well, he's not a threat to her physically at the moment. And he's not seeming to be a threat in general. To her safety, right? Like, she's had Sense Beast up passively the entire time.
He's never been ready to do you harm.
Yes.
But right now, there's the harm meter is going up.
Yeah.
Like, if you cause them harm, you get the feeling that he will.
Yeah.
Do
that's
something.
What she said. She said what she said. She said exactly what she said. And then she's just gonna keeping watch and scanning this crowd, and because she did bring her phone, she's just gonna subtly take pictures from her hip of everybody who's here.
Mm-hmm.
Because Zelmati and a couple other people could maybe use that in the future. Maybe Alex could. Multitasking. Given the number of people who are currently covered in cocaine.
Well, I mean, they've had time to dust themselves off since.
Yeah, they think so. That's why it sticks everywhere. It's almost as bad as glitter, according to the cops. And she'll make eye contact with Alex. Is Alex going with her?
Yeah, he's Alex will move into the room with her. She's especially gonna have to, create some awe-inspiring to get these people out of here.
Just if we, somebody stops to talk to us. We're just gonna go up the elevator. And just go up the elevator. We're not gonna cause any harm to anybody in this room.
So what do you do?
When we get to the elevator?
You just walk to the elevator?
Yep.
Yeah.
You walk down the hall.
He's not going to stop us.
And by the time you're about 3/4 of the way in, you start hearing Vanessa's voice.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, you're not supposed to be there. Hey, you're not listening. And she's, she was probably at the other end of the room, and she saw you turn, and then she's hurrying without making much of a fuss either. She's not running. The elevator has an up button.
Flori's gonna lean in it. That it doesn't actually make it come any faster, but she's just gonna lean and make eye contact with Vanessa. Now it's personal, bitch.
Vanessa walks all the way to the middle of the corridor, and she says, I don't know which game you are playing, but I suggest you leave.
Child. Smile.
Yeah, you saw her try to use something.
Yeah.
Let me see if it actually can do anything on...
She's at the same time.
Oh yeah, it's a contest.
At the same time, when she started coming down, Flori was going to activate Dread Gaze anyways.
Okay.
So I don't know if that's going to be an opposed rule between what she's trying to do versus what I'm trying to do.
Your Dread Gaze doesn't require you to say anything, so I would say it's going to go first. Mm-hmm. Because you only need to look at the person.
To smirk at her. That's why she was maintaining eye contact. So if you actually looked at her, her teeth just get a little bit longer, her face gets a little smilier, and it's
so it's your charisma and presence against her. What is it? Composure and resolve. Okay.
Yep.
I was gonna say if Flori's doesn't work, Alexander's definitely gonna give his a try.
Composure and resolve. That would be. Sorry, they don't have... Oh, why am I typing in Twitch chat?
Yeah, sorry, I was doing math for a second. I have to do math.
And you'll need your rouse check.
Yeah.
Rouse check goes after anyway.
Yeah.
The difficulty is 3.
I made my 3
So
successes.
you meet it, and then rouse check.
And if it makes me hungry, I don't really care.
You're getting hungrier. That said,
don't really care.
it's a win.
Yes.
So she will, like, go up to the middle.
Vampire, yeah.
Yeah, unable to act
vampire-
unless she spends willpower. Well, your margin of win anyway would be a 1 in this case because
Yeah.
you win by 0. But you see that, like, she stops. She tells you to leave, like she did, but does not activate anything. And you see that she's sort of... She's trying to hold your gaze.
My cousins all say hello, bitch. We'll talk more.
She visibly swallows and says out loud, "Fuck that, I'm out of here." And she storms off.
The ultimate threat. Alex, what would happen if I said all of my cousins say hello?
That's not something you want to hear. Not from Arachnos, no.
And then you hear ding as the elevator arrives.
And as she turns, like, she purposely calms her face and, like, gestures for Alex to go first.
And I'll step into the elevator. And...
It only goes 1 floor.
Yeah.
There's,
So we'll just...
no, actually, this one goes to 4 different floors. All of the suites. But you notice one of the buttons.
Yeah.
Kind of have a white powder residue on it. Because, you know, you sprayed powder all over people.
It's almost like I wanted to know where they were going. And cocaine is almost as bad as glitter for that purpose.
So you can just...
really...
That would be 2
expensive
floors
glitter.
up. Yeah. 2 floors up.
All right. So we'll push that and head that way.
Oh, Flori will take, like, your, like... She had a napkin that she was using to brush things off when she, like, faking brushing stuff off of her dress. She'll use the napkin to press the button.
When you reach that floor, it's basically just it's just like one elevator that gives onto like the hotel floor, right? It doesn't give into like a specific suite or anything like that. It's just, well, you can take it to go up.
Yeah.
You can take it to go down, but it leads you to that room. And then, I mean, I guess if you're like a normal patron, you could just walk from that room and then just go grab the other elevators, but it's kind of useless to do that. So, like, most people aren't going to look for that. There are 2 suites on the floor.
Door number 1 or door number 2?
Can we listen to hear if there's anything going on in one of the rooms?
I'm assuming the guy who
Yes.
came up hasn't come back down yet.
Nope, he hasn't. No, and the other one, I mean, he came, you know, when he came down, you had been at the party for a while. Like, even if we do real time, that would be like over an hour.
Mm-hmm.
You can listen in at the doors. Guess which check it's going to rely on.
Awareness?
Wits and awareness.
It's almost like it's what she does.
Yeah, it's more for Alexander.
Sorry, Alexander.
I mean, well, again, I can do it. How well I can do it is the key.
Difficulty 2, by the way.
Okay.
Wait, why is it both a bestial failure and a messy critical?
Because you've rolled stuff for everything, so let's just look at the book for a second. Because that's a lot of things at once.
Okay, so I rolled a 1 and a 10. Oh, but it's not a crit. It's not a crit because there's only one 10.
There's only one 10, so it's not a messy crit, and it is not a bestial failure.
Bestial failure.
It
So it's
just so happens that there's so many things going on
that
there.
Confuse the thing.
Wow. Not a messy crit for Scott either, but a success. So there is only sound coming from, let's call it suite number 2. And the sounds that you hear are just two people having a conversation. It's very formal, like, yes, so, well, if we do blah, 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 and then, well, I can move my... And they're talking about import-export of, property. The man inside seems to reluctantly agree. It feels like he's like the type of person who, if he was to join go into a joint venture, would need to have majority. Would need to be a majority stakeholder because of his ego, and the other one is just playing him.
And Alexander will just put a hand up. The warriors were listening in on this. This seems very important for him to hear.
You recognize Mary Elaine's voice. And she's basically saying that she needs... So, she has ways to arrange ships. It's mostly a trade, like a transatlantic trade route that she's trying to establish. And it needs to go off without a hitch. She already has a vast catalog that of products that her clients or customers can purchase or rent, whatever. That said, it's very important that when things arrive in North America, they cannot arrive directly in Quebec or Montreal, though Montreal is less problematic. If it needs to come to that, she would rather they go through the best would probably be Miami. And then just drive them up. No flying. It's a problem with flying. And the other guy is like, yeah, but I can't really see myself gaining anything out of this. And she tries to explain to him that she's able to sort of make she's a lot of I was gonna say circulation, but no, that's French word, also circulatory system. But she has a lot of a rotation of products. It would make it very difficult for anyone to intercept a package because of that, or even to know who it belongs to or it goes to. Most of her things anyway are fresh, and they are often high on emotions, very emotional, easily manipulatable. Easily manipulated, yeah.
She sighs.
And
That's the last thing she needs to hear.
And the other guy is still, acts the not convinced.
I'm
he
assuming
wants more.
Just from the way everything's being described in the conversation, the gentleman she's talking to doesn't know exactly what is being...
So, you get the feeling that he traffics in kine.
Right.
She traffics in the blood that's inside the kine.
Okay.
Oh, they're both traffickers. And she like kind of mouths that at him and is like, I almost would do this one at a discount.
But does he know? I guess, is he trafficking the specific kind, or is he just dealing in kind in general?
Well, as you listen on, you would sort of, through context, he deals in children trafficking.
Okay.
And she wants children only. There's apparently, he deals in a bit more, but she's not interested in them. Like 16 and above, actually 12 and above is already too late. It doesn't, she almost lets slip a, like, taste the same, but she just catches herself.
So she turns and puts a hand on Alex, pats his shoulder. You might want to stay out here.
And
honestly, I might even have done this one at a discount, but Caleb didn't negotiate, so that's not happening.
Yeah, and you would know, Alex, this is not how the Camarilla operates. The circulatory system is a thing, and it's like a necessary evil in some case, depending on, you know, who's part of it and where you get your blood. But yeah, that's even crossing a line. That's just for a lot of reasons. And Annabelle let her stay instead of you.
Yeah,
it's kind of weird.
We can address that later. And Alex will look at Flori and basically just say, "The room is yours. So I'll make sure that no one."
Let me just change.
Their way.
Yeah, for combat music.
Flori cracks her neck, takes the heels off and hands them to Alex. There's a reason there's a slit in this dress up to her knee. Don't look. And she just opens her mouth, and as she does, she lets the fangs drop, and she drops any form of blush of life intentionally.
Mm-hmm.
And she's going to open that door absolutely silently, because silence of death. Mm-hmm. She's got that.
The door is not locked.
Yeah, because she figured.
In fact,
based on...
no, but it's a hotel room door. You shouldn't be able to open it if it's closed. The security just doesn't work on it.
Yeah.
Like, that's I know you're, like, going in and all that, but clearly someone tempered with it.
No, she's making a note of it, like, psychologically making a note of it, and we'll probably address it later.
Yeah.
But there are many things going on right now. Number one, bitch downstairs is bitch. Two, this violates many of her own personal issues. She's got one. It's a really kind of a big one. She doesn't like traffickers in general, and she doesn't like anybody who traffics in children. And on top of that, her give a fuck is broken right now because of her failure. So she's just going to slide the door silently, make a note of this. This also goes back to, like, make a note of the murder of the security staff. It's like, oh, well, all the security's fucked up here. And then she has this thought, like, fire would be really good right now, but she promised Alex not to cause any fire, and she did promise the guy downstairs not to physically harm the people permanently in that room.
In that room?
I said nothing about any other room in this building.
Nope.
Making deals with Ravnos is like making deals with the Fae. They are very particular in what they say, and very precise. As she pushes the door open, she's just going to use Fata Morgana on herself to make herself look A, taller, significantly, and B, that she's bleeding from the eyes and has fangs coming out of her mouth. She wants to look like a Bela Lugosi bride of Dracula.
Okay.
But just that hint of further menace on herself. So,
remind me. Oh yeah, it's Fata Morgana again. So okay. But I don't have the. Okay, I have the page up. You do that. So it would be difficulty 2. Are you doing sound and sight?
Yeah, sound and sight.
Okay. Oh, sorry. 1 plus the 2 senses, so difficulty 3.
Yeah. Hold on. The thing opened in the other thing. Wait, what? Okay, why did that do that? Stop doing things. All right. No, she doesn't do sound. She's only going to do sight because she's not doing sound to anything right now. It's just sight, so it's 2. Because I was sitting there going, what am I making a sound of? I'm not making any sound at the moment. 7 successes. And a crit.
I will say that it works.
And because it's a crit, he does something because it's a crit.
It might be the other.
Yeah, mortals don't have an ability to they automatically believe it.
Yeah.
They can't be recorded or transmitted, and it panics the fuck out of them.
Yeah, there's nothing for crits in Fata Morgana.
Yeah, it's for drag
But
days. And but as she does, she's pulling what this looks like is the bride of Dracula, and she pulls from one of the back as she comes up and right up to him and just stabs him directly through the neck with one of the pins and leaves it, and then as the same motion pushes her back into her seat.
She was just description very quickly. She was sitting like on the bed. He was sitting in a seat. Doesn't change much, but in case you wanted to tweak it.
Yeah, so as she comes up, so then it's even better because she's basically coming up from behind him almost in the chair, and so she can probably made a little bit of a sound to draw his attention and stabs him through the neck as he's panicked and freaking out. He's not a waste. I don't care about him. But at the same motion comes forward, pushes her down and bites down on her, and is going to drain her to torpor, but not fully dead.
Since she cannot react, actually, no, she might. She has a roll.
She has a roll to see if she can react.
Yes.
Because she's a vampire, not immortal.
Yep. So let's do that roll first, and then I'll describe what might happen.
I'm not killing her yet.
That would be difficulty 2. So she, 2 successes against your 7. So
7.
No, she fails. She fails. And so I do believe that because she fails,
she believes the sight. She believes what she sees, and it panics her.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out why is chemistry. They actually have a description for what happens.
Yeah, and then Fata Morgana doesn't. It's so weird. It's at the storyteller's discretion.
I think it's because Fata Morgana is normally used to... Well, like in this case, you cannot change your appearance or mask or otherwise, but you can create
a hallucination of her.
Yeah.
Of this bride of... But it's one of those, it's like I'm moving the hallucination in front of me as I come up through it, basically.
But like... Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. But actually, yeah, no, it should have been chemistry instead. You don't need to do Fata Morgana for this.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't change much.
Yeah, I mean,
because it's the same role for you.
It's the same. It's exactly.
And it's the same role for me. However, yeah, this one she loses her next action, and
Sorry, I should have gone with that one.
And thus you're going to make your attack
Mhm.
with, no difficulty whatsoever.
Mhm.
It is a bite that you're going for.
Yeah, I'm just gonna bite down to drain her enough. It's so weird. Like the hunt, I can do easily, but the bite and attack is actually has a roll against nothing.
Because it's a bite attack is because the other person is going to try to defend themselves. When you hunt, it's assumed that you make them lower their guard.
But she doesn't have any defense at this moment because I fucked with her head.
No, that's the
Literally.
thing. Yeah, so you know what? You don't need to roll. She skips her turn, so by the time she's skipped, you are biting down on her. Let's do Dex and Brawl. Just to
Dex
see
and
how much
Brawl.
damage you can do one shot, yeah.
Oh, that one I like.
I mean, it's aggravated damage. It would be 2 damage, but it's more for the, second turn.
Brawl. I can do
Oh,
Dex
instead of
and
dealing...
Brawl.
Never mind. It doesn't... It does to a grave, and then it just drains 1 hunger all the time. So, she is not strong.
Yeah.
And as you're drinking from her, Alex, where are you standing?
Outside the suite in the hallway. So
Not
Probably.
within line of sight?
no, not within line of sight of the.
Okay.
She went in the door and she.
I
did her
told
thing.
him. I told him not to look.
She tries to get you off of her, but dislodging a drinking vampire is very hard.
I will climb up. I've also pushed her down on the bed. I will also climb up onto the bed and pin her to the bed. It makes life easier.
So, can you make Dex and Brawl against hers? Just to see if... Otherwise, you will succeed on the whole feeding thing. But just in case... 1 success.
Two successes.
Yeah. She will try to dislodge you, but she is not... The reason I made you roll is because she also has 1 in strength. So, you're both, equally,
Yeah.
as
don't-
strong. But you can easily just, pin her down, like you said, and keep drinking. I mean, some of it, leaks on the bed sheets and the mattress, and most of it goes into your mouth. You can lower your hunger to 1. And then eventually, it takes a little while, though. All 9 HP need to go away.
Okay.
And after a good, 20 seconds, she finally just falls limp.
Mm-hmm.
You could keep drinking,
No.
but it's a risk.
No. Oh, it's a very big risk.
I
It's
know.
a risk she's not going to currently take.
But it
and you're
is
looking at
tempting
something I might-
fate.
It is tempting fate, but she has a better thing that she's going to tempt fate with.
But could you,
Because she's going to stake this witch and carry this body out of this hotel and then send it to her Zelmati.
yes,
Because she don't play. You
Yeah,
wished you
it
would have
doesn't-
had just me.
yeah.
Now. Because I don't have my car here. I don't have my RV here. I just have Alex.
No, and it's more okay, so your tempting fate is more having a death wish more than okay. I thought it was more of a sort of tempting doing the wrong thing or
No, it's about having a death wish in the most adrenaline junkie kind of way.
yeah, and not
It's like I don't give a fuck. Why do I care if I die? because literally, if I spend more than 7 nights in the same place, I will internally
Yeah, no, that's it.
spontaneously combust because whatever.
So, you take her unconscious, torpored body
Yeah,
in
I'm
your
going
arms.
to. Yeah, and she takes one of the other pins that she has and drives it through the heart because they're silver pins. They can help.
Nah, it's wood only.
I know, but she's using it more to hold in place, and then she's going to start looking around and go, because, like, looks at the dress.
Roll just a d10. I thought the same thing. Roll just a d10.
No, because she's going to yell. She's going to shout out to Alex.
Oh, no, I know. I want to see what happens to the dress.
Oh, no, she hasn't put anything onto the dress yet. She's looking at it.
But
Oh,
shit, some of it dripped on it. I mean, you have a black dress, so it's not that bad, but, like, you know.
Yes, I know. And I smell it. She sighs. And she looks at the bitch and goes, now you got it on my dress. I'm sending you the bill for I'm adding it to the bill. And then she's going to just take all of the bed sheets and tie this woman.
Yeah, make vampire, like a body bag.
A body bag. Lift her up on the shoulder and say, all right, Alex, you get to be all awe-inspiring and presence-dominating as we walk the fuck out of this building with a dead body. As she starts walking out the door without the shoes on. So she's still now even shorter. I'm gonna have to burn this dress, by the way. I'm sending him the bill.
Just noting a thing.
Yeah, it's okay.
We can find you a good dry cleaner.
No. And he kind of looks at you and goes, I have good dry cleaners. On multiple continents. It's not about the dry cleaner. It's about the evidence. You burn it. That's why you buy a silk dress and not polyester, because polyester doesn't burn right. So I have a question for you. And she's like in the elevator holding.
There's elevator music. Oh yeah, speaking of elevator music. Yeah, we're done with that.
What's your question?
How much fun do you get to have in an average day or night? She would say night. Excuse me. That was my fun.
It varies. But not as much as I'd like.
Have you ever seen a gibbering mouther?
I can't say that I have.
Do you want to see what happens when I drop one in the middle of the room as we come out of this elevator?
I'm pretty sure you're going to send a lot of folks running for, well, their lives, or at least what they think.
Yeah, it was that or a cougar. And I mean, I feel like cougars are kind of overdone.
I really have to know what your infatuation with cougars really is.
They're one of the best apex predators. Also, possibly may have watched them rip apart a few people. It's very entertaining.
There's a ding. The elevator doors open. No one's facing that corridor. Well, I mean, you see people in the far end, but like the ding of the elevator doors doesn't reach the brouhaha of the room itself.
You go ahead out there and be your awe-presence self and make everybody look at you.
I was going to say, would all be better or daunt?
Oh, go be daunting.
What kind of impression do you want to leave on all these people?
Well, I'm assuming I believe daunt is they just avert their gaze and ignore me.
I think they avert their gaze from you. Yeah, you repel them.
I guess that's true, yeah.
But that's the thing, is you appear threatening to them. And that's why they shy away from you.
Okay, then we'll be all inspiring.
Okay.
I'll step out first and see if Vanessa or the other...
Vanessa is nowhere to be seen.
I put
Pierre-
a threat on Vanessa.
I was gonna say, but are there people still out there doing their
Oh
thing?
yeah. The party is. Some of the people that were like in the private room are now in the public room, and some that were in the public and are in private. Like people have moved about. Pierre is visibly nervous.
He should be.
He stares at you, coming out, and he's like, poised to do something, but he's not. He's waiting to see what you're going to do.
All right. Well, I'll activate all. So I'll get everybody's attention in the room.
All right. What do you do?
And I'm gonna kind of drag everybody out. Avert them away from the elevator to give Flori kind of a path out of the room, at least to get into the general area of the hotel, and just start mingling with everybody, introducing myself, and talking to them about things that are going on in Quebec City, and finding out who's who, and just striking up the general
Mm-hmm.
blah blah blah.
You finally introduce yourself and do stuff. I'm gonna ask you to make a charisma and persuasion check.
Okay.
What is your blood potency again? Is it 2?
I think so. Where is that on the sheet?
Yeah, I mean, I think it should be 2. He's generally
it's on It's on the back of the sheet.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, I think it's 2. Yeah.
It is.
So you will also add an extra die
Okay.
on that.
Plus, is this in conjunction with my presence?
Yeah, so
Or,
it's
using all?
it's basically charisma, persuasion, plus presence, plus 1.
Okay.
Oh, that's what I keep forgetting. When you use the discipline, you use the discipline power as well as.
Well, it's whenever you have a roll where you have to roll your discipline in it, or
Yeah.
you use a power, like when you. That's true. When you activated the illusion earlier, the chemistry, you should
I
have
should have
an
had
extra die.
Yeah, no, the extra die, but I should use. But then it doesn't use obfuscate. It just exists, right?
No. It's obfuscate plus. I don't know what it was, like manipulation for you or something like
Okay,
that.
I keep
And then
forget-
plus
I keep
1.
forgetting. I keep
Yeah.
forgetting I keep forgetting the obfuscate. So I was only rolling.
And what's the difficulty?
Let's go with. You want to get everyone?
Everybody that's within probably, eyesight of Flori. I'm trying to draw all attention to myself and away from her.
Let's go with 4.
4.
But if you roll 3, it's gonna have a smaller amount of success.
Now we'll go with 4. So
Jesus!
that's what, 2 crits?
Everyone is staring
Or
at you.
1
Yeah.
crit. Yeah.
Well, it's a high crit. is what it is.
Everyone is staring at you. Everyone just wants to know who is this. What was the name you were giving?
I'm actually, it's Dimitri. Dimitri Pasquale is the name I was giving.
Everyone wants to know who Dimitri Pasquale is. In fact, even Mr. LaBelle is like, oh, I've introduced myself first. I know the guy. And everyone wants to shake your hand. Everyone wants to, tap you on the shoulder. Everyone wants to be near you or around you. You're suddenly the jewel of the gala. Lady Touring who? And that would, with 7 successes, I'm not going to ask you to roll. Deirdre, you can leave the room, you can slip out of the room without a roll. No one's checking. I mean, aside from Pierre, because it's awe, but he's not doing anything. Unless you decide to drop something, if you're just leaving the room, he's not going to move.
As she walks by, she's just gonna look at him in the mouth. Is like, I promised, and wink as she walks out the door.
And he actually nods, closes his eyes and nods.
Now, when she's in the main part of the hotel, she's just going to find a housekeeping cart that's in one of the hallways somewhere.
Yeah, dump the body in and then wheel it out.
Wheel it out. And less to hide the body, although that's kind of like a thing that's going through her mind as well, because she is also a professional, even if she's taking the most adventurous way of being a professional. It's carrying a body that size when you're that height can be problematic.
Yeah. Mary Elaine is not small.
Yeah.
She was like 5'6".
Yep.
But she was a little, like 5'6", but with wide shoulders.
Oh.
Even though she wasn't very strong.
She's going to take one of the mop handles from the that's on the housekeeping cart, snap it, and drive that through the body. I know somebody who has a really nice crematorium. She just says as she keeps walking. Do me a favor. And walks the body out, and then is just going to steal a car and take everything.
Or, go ahead.
Go back to the hotel, clean up.
Clean up what?
Herself.
Oh, okay. I thought something else. I have a question.
Yep.
Once you're done, Flori, do you wait for Alex or do you just disappear into the night?
She will.
Because by this time it's 11 o'clock. Going back to Montreal, like you still have a bit of time if you wanted to stay. You don't have to.
She would text Alex. And don't ask how she got your number. She won't actually tell you. Mechanically speaking, she probably cloned your phone in the car. She will text you. It's like, you're on the list permanently. You're safe. If you want, you're now officially on the friends and family discount.
And Alex will text back. That's good to know. I may require your services again.
And then she'll close that phone and pull open her personal phone and say, text Almaty, I'm sending you a present. They pinged on all 3 of the no-nos. Click. And then she texts Caleb back and says, the problem is dealt with. The bill is in the mail.
He replies, I'll wait a few days for the fallout, and then if all is well, you will get the full amount.
Shouldn't be much of a fallout, honey.
And he doesn't reply to that. Alex, do you stay at the party?
At some point, once he kind of gets, through all the schmoozing, turn off all and kind of let, people
go back to their
whatever it is they were doing. And he'll make his way out.
Okay.
And then he'll take out his personal phone, obviously not the one that Flori had cloned, and sends a text to his retainer and says, we're good to move forward. And then also copies Sid.
There is someone who runs after you outside, Alex.
Wait, I have an honest question. This is me, Prax. You sent a text to Sid?
Doesn't mean he gets them or reads them.
I mean, flip phones get text
at this, yeah, because I think he had a flip phone.
He did.
Yeah.
Oh, he did. That was as far as into the times as we could get Sid.
Yeah, you could pay. You could page him. You could page him. No, but there's someone who runs after you in the parking lot before you leave, Alex. Mr. Pierre. I don't know if Flori is still around by that time, so if you are Flori...
I think Flori might be I think Flori might be watching, but she's watching from the shadows. At this point, she's now fully professional, and it's like, no, you don't need to see me anymore. She's staying around long enough to watch the fallout, or this level of fallout at least.
Pierre approaches you. Says, your name was Alex, correct?
Depends on who's asking, but yes.
I saw the... Well, I figure it's Mary Elaine.
It could be whoever. Let's just say the problem's been dealt with.
And you can see there's like a weight taken off his shoulder. She was not alone here. There were others. But thank you. With the party still going, I might be able to get home and get my family out of here.
It's probably a good idea.
Yes. They got me through them. I'm not one of them. And he looks at the container. He's like, I swear I'm not one of them. And he... Well, most of the parking lot is deserted. So he takes off in a sprint that is supernaturally fast until he would reach like the street. And then he's still in shape. Doesn't need to breathe anyway. And he runs. And we would end there, but there is a post-credit scene. Alexander, you come back home after all is said and done to find Sid waiting for you. He's sitting on the couch, not lying down. He's got his like hands like steepled, elbows on his knees, and just staring at the door. And the moment you come in, he goes, "So, did you do it?"
Did I do what?
I mean, did you get someone to do it? You don't do anything.
No, I don't.
Yeah, no. Clearly, what you do is buy yourself new clothes. So she's we're good.
She's taken care of.
Can't wait to see his face. Nice. Well, what's next then?
Well, we obviously start our business.
And with an enthusiastic "let's go," that scene ends there. Whoever that person Sid was referring to, who knows? But you get the feeling that he might not have told you everything about Mary Elaine. And that there's the, the devious part of Sid that is very, very pleased with the fact that she would have had to go anyway. But there's just an added layer of, middle finger to someone. Our other post-credit scene takes place in a hangar. There's a package, like a crate, waiting there, We'll leave it shadowy. Man just walks up to the crate. opens it with a crowbar. Looks inside, there's a present for him. And he says to someone who's, let's say, off camera, put it with the others. We're gonna need way more. He whips his phone out and just sends a thank you to Flori Winters. And that's it. How's everyone doing?
Okay. I'm having fun. Thank you, Scott, for being here.
Certainly. Thank you.
Look, we got to do a murder. We didn't kill a whole bunch of people, although she really wouldn't have cared. And you get a new retainer.
It's very true.
So that was our third interlude. I knew we were going to bust, but it's half past midnight, so let's do outros very quickly. We'll start with our resident player. Flori, tell us who you are, where we can find you. What do you have going on?
Oh, that's me. Thank you again for this. This was so much fun. Thank you, Scott, for coming and being able to do this. This is so much fun. I love getting to play with you. It's always a lot of fun. I loved every minute of this. This was great. As for me, you can find me at Deirdre Donlan on Twitter or Praxico with Esme4E as you see me around here on Twitch. You can find me I'll probably do a couple pop-up video games, chill video game streams in the next couple days. Mostly, whatever kind of floats my boat as we chat and game and just discuss things. But Sunday is going to be the season finale for season 4 of Witcher Roads Home. There's a lot of drama. I don't want to give spoilers if you didn't watch last night's episode.
Drama? I'm having a fun time.
Yeah. You're having a very fun time. Because whatever, Cadarn pulled a Cadarn. Although some people might be slightly more stressed than others. We'll find out. That'll be Sunday. But I'm also going to be posting probably tomorrow more information. I'm going to be running a 12-hour charity stream on New Year's Day for charity. We're going to run I'm going to run a D&D meat grinder, Castlevania. You full-on donations will be given to help the party by giving them wall chicken, candelabras that will have magical items in them, updated +1 weapons that you can get, additional health maybe, or well, the wall chicken is additional health, and then donations that will help Dracula, because I feel like Dracula needs more swarms and skeletons to throw bones at you. But that'll be posted on my Twitter. Check that, because I'm always going to post that and all the fun, wonderful places you can find me online and where I hang out and all the people I get to play with, like these people, because they're great and you should follow them because they are wonderful and they are some great, great storytellers. And I love both of them. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Thank you for coming. Up next, Scott.
Hey, everybody. It's Scott. I'm at Berserker_Rage on Twitch and Twitter, so you can find me in those places. I don't do as much streaming as I used to, but that is something I would love to change at some point. So when you do, you can usually find me on either Praxis channel or Simon's. So be sure to follow and find out.
Thank you very much for coming. Hopefully we'll have you again in the future. But that was my meta present to Flori, to Deirdre, sort of blending the realities together. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, so now it's officially a cinematic universe.
Yeah. We're gonna have spin-offs and shit. But you can find me. So normally I would be, well, of course, Sunday on The Witcher, Saturday for Scion, but starting this week for the next 4 to 6 weeks, on Wednesdays, I am over on Devil's Lucky Gaming, and we are playing a meat grinder of Warhammer 40k, where I will try to go through as many characters as possible. I don't know why everyone thinks that the goal is to keep the same character. So this is going to be a lot of fun, a lot of gore, a lot of people spouting stuff for an emperor that's just a giant sofa. But it's going to be amazing. It's going to be probably hilarious because we're going for like a chiller vibe. And we will be back for Vampire. So we haven't been canceled. There is a second season with the same showrunner. None of the main cast has run away. Ooh, speaking of, there is a charity game over on High Shelf Gaming this Friday that I am GMing, where we are actually playing in a movie that got almost cancelled with the main cast that left, thus leaving most of the script writing and directing in the hands of the people who will donate to the charity. It's gonna be very weird. It's gonna be a B, like sort of a B horror movie. B as in like not BEE, but not the insect, but the type of movie. B series. Anyway, it's late. Thank you for coming, everyone. And we'll be back in January. We'll announce when, but it's probably going to be around mid-January. Same time, same channel. And have a good night.